Hello, humans. What is up? Hi. Welcome on in. Hello, Crafter. Hi, Kasai. My headphones cable thing is unwound. I'm Mumsile. I hope you're all doing so heckin' amazing. One more of these, and let me find where this thing is. I had a good couple of days. Managed like a reasonably priced shopping trip to get food for my body. We completed the last thing we needed to do in our Calamity playthrough last night, which is big, huge, and I only really died on the last boss of our boss rush. Have I? No, you get put on mute. Alright, prepare for the Windows noises, chat. It is, however, like a 28, and yuck. Whew. Oh my god. I have also, we've been knitting this, right? Some of you may have already seen it, but look at how well. Ooh, that's the wrong button to press. We want to go big, not BRB. Look at how well this is coming out. I love its shading. It's so good. I need to tidy up my desk. Just a touch, chat. Just a wee touch. I've been playing around with the characters I play and the team I build. And I think I've got one that I really like and that's also actually quite good. It's not this one. This one's my I need to hunt funguses because this character here requires a specific kind of fungus to level up, and if you hit it with an element while you're gathering it, it turns into the wrong fungus. Do I have anything all the way down here? No, you're all at level 20. Oh, more important thing. Sound. I think this habit I've developed of playing games without sound is a holdover from my youth when turning the sound off on your Game Boy would increase the battery life and also allow you to be not discovered playing games at midnight. But nobody told mom about that part. Go up to 7. Um, oh, I think what we have to do before we do anything, I've definitely forgotten to do this. And not only does like it allow me to think better when I'm not like being bombarded by music. Sometimes I play games in like just in calls with friends, and I want to be able to hear them. I don't particularly care about like the music in the
This realm is
games.
truly beginning to
We buy this one. We buy this one.
If you ever
We need to go like get a bunch of those for an achievement. This is worrying me balancing this on my knee. That was a bad idea, Barry. Oh, I have to see. I have like 2 world bosses I can beat this week, I think. Oh, I need to definitely go to beat Dvalan. No, I've done him. Your land's maxed out. Your... Oh, no, we'll do this on you for sure. We don't need to crown that one. I might go fight some of those guys. I'm unsure which boss I need to beat for Raiden's boss things. Make one of these. And then we'll get into doing like the story. How has everybody else been? I hope you all like have had just the most amazing weeks. Oh, wrong one.
I do hope the Knights of
This is the one.
Favonius are all working.
Oh, is this? Ah, this is what I want. Like one of these guys. We can plant those. Oh, there's a little guy on an island over there. That's why. I was just going the wrong way. Wrong button. Pretty good, pretty good. Mostly, like, hot and bothered. Let my stamina go up so we don't drown.
Let's get down to business.
There is no escape. Torn to oblivion.
Oh! Time to shine! Yoo-hoo! This might hurt a little. Sharing my knowledge.
How's this? Finally.
Wind, hear me.
So, like, the way this one works, for anyone not in the know, is we use... Oh, let me pick up these things. Raiden to activate this little electric circle behind us, which is always gonna start applying, like, electro to the enemy. Then we use Farina, and we summon our little friends, and we buff our team. And then we use this little girl to put grass on everyone, basically. You know when you, like, are a kid, and you roll down the hill, and you're, like, a little bit allergic to grass? It's the same thing, basically. Put them all over our friends, and then that interacts with the friends we summon with Farina to make little bombs, which interact with the electricity that we summon from here to make little homing bombs. And then we use Jean to heal everybody back up and whack on the enemies and reduce their resistances.
Shine down.
Strike a pose! Stop that!
Oh my god, I fucked it up.
Finally,
I swear by my sword.
Here's Jean to save the data. Oh, is there anything here? Is there a... oh, no, there's no teleport close to that. Okay, so we might have enough of the things now. We level up this one first. It won't go high enough yet. Oh, do we have a... No, that's not it. I was hoping that would tell me what we need to upgrade it. We kill some more people.
it's my lucky day.
Illusion shattered.
Let my name echo in song! Make yourselves at home! I see everything!
Finally,
Barbados, guide us.
this.
Ooh. That got us like one of them.
is no escape!
Everyone hold hands.
Ah!
Yoo-hoo! Go as one! Wind, hear me!
Oh damn, I keep on climbing up on that thing. We really only need that guy. But we'll kill you because we can.
The wrong test subject.
Come down here.
Let's get down to business.
Illusion shattered! Now you shall perish!
Let the world come alive.
Whoop.
Finally.
Sharing my knowledge.
Barbados, guide us!
Ooh, was that enough? Oh my gosh, Blue! Welcome on in, Queen. I hope you're having the most amazing hacking time zone. I'm doing pretty good. Very hot, but pretty good. Oh, we need one more of those.
Onwards, we have work to do.
Wait, was that? Ooh. Old handguard. Wrong one. Jean, we've been over this. You don't get to order me around. It's probably faster if we go from here and go across the water. Wait, there's a quest here? I'll pick this up later. Oh no, that's so horrible. I hope she gets a new one soon. This is not voice acted. We don't care. Through these, we do care about Blue's lovely daughter. Oh my gosh, so many cactos. So we swapped over Farina for a very particular reason. If we do this, she gets to run on water.
Strike a pose.
If we have her little friends out. I have so much faith in her. She'll have a new job, lickety split.
It's my lucky
Shine
day.
down!
Alright, you lot. Enough of that.
I see everything.
Fixed the wrong test
More.
subject.
The fairy. How's this?
Subject.
Go as one!
Oh. One more Kagaksuchi. Oh, damn it. We need like so many more of these. I am just gonna look this up. Microsoft Edge for your browser. It will be in your top right-hand corner. If you click on your profile picture, that brings up your Twitch settings menu, I believe. Oh, okay, so I need 8 of the Signora challenge. Oh, very good. Huge. None of that god-awful eye-burning... Don't mind me, I just have to reply to some messages. Mmm. That's unfortunate. Hopefully you can find a low memory browser if Edge doesn't work. So I can check in my inventory in this tab. Nope, that's the relics tab. It's this tab. We scroll down just a little bit. I have 2. Okay, so we need to go beat the Signora. This is not the most amazing boss fight, but we'll do it.
Inactivity serves no purpose whatsoever.
Well, we can also use up some of these foods that we've been hoarding. What does that do? Oh wait, that looks delicious though.
The world.
I've definitely worn this one a lot on stream. You can't really make it out because, well, one, my knee's in the way, and 2, it's only very faintly on it, but there's also an Eevee on this. It's, right here in this section. I went on a little spree, probably about a year back now.
You're trembling.
No, I'm
Is
not.
it the cold?
No.
Or just cowardice?
No, It's the adrenaline.
Illusion shattered.
Yoo-hoo! Grow, grow, grow! Make yourselves at home!
I swear by my sword. Into the frozen void.
Alright, we need to find these guys. Where are they? Here. We just reduce our, iciness. Sorry, I got distracted. Yeah, so buying a bunch of shirts with, like, printed patterns on them that I didn't mind if the actual patterns went away. So that SpongeBob one I have. That's also like a tie-dye and a couple like that.
Go as one.
This should do it. There we go. Phase 2 Electric Boogaloo. This dress, every time I see it, reminds me of that one of the earlier bosses in
There is no escape.
Nier Automata.
Time to shine! Hey! Sharing my knowledge!
Barbados, guide us.
Alright, where's she gone? Over here?
Go as one.
Whoa?
Torn to oblivion. Shine down.
Shower me with praise! This might hurt a little. Ha!
Wind, hear me.
Oh.
Barely a scratch.
Hey, I changed characters. Actually, if we
Yoo-hoo! Let my name echo in song!
heal a little bit on you.
Who dares? Go as one. A witch.
The Temple of Wisdom!
Not every wound will heal. I never asked for redemption.
Got her.
Never.
Did we get... Oh, this is the one we need. Yeah, sometimes that can really help someone. I personally don't kind of like subscribe to the pajamas theory. But I definitely understand how some people can get like, do we get a no dream solvent? Boo. Can like have a change of mindset by changing into pajamas. All right. I think we go all the way over here. Oh, I think I know which fight we have to do next. We have a look at Farina. Nope, she doesn't need it. Okay. Oh, we could do the Ashdire fight. We would need to change up our team because that fight needs a shield, but it's okay because we have Jean Lee, the best shielder. Ooh, no, that's the wrong boss. What I genuinely don't want to do is fight like the actual boss we need to fight to get Nahida's items. Because that boss takes forever. I haven't learned it properly. I can't be bothered learning it properly. It was very good when we played the boss in the story. Can we like... That won't work super well if we do that. I really enjoy this game. Actually, it might work for us if we do this.
The campaign begins.
So this guy is a dragon that has been sealed by John Lee ages ago.
It is time, Morax. We settle this now.
Let's light it up!
Out of the frying pan, into the
Illusion shattered!
Gather.
This fight is like not amazing because of this section, but
Stabilize.
overall kind of useless. All right, we go E,
Teamwork is
Q,
dreamwork!
Q,
toast.
E,
Shine
E.
down!
Wail on him.
Enraged Earth will not
Solidify.
Stop making me back off.
Today, you witness your reckoning.
I think like the best part about this game is that like when you understand the core mechanics of how a team works, you can basically play any character you want.
Nice and spicy.
There is no escape! Inazuma shines eternal!
Alright, this team didn't work the way I want it to.
Gather.
Huh? Goba, get them!
Illusion shattered. Ha! Ha!
Solidify.
Get out of here!
Nice and spicy.
Alright, I'll start this again.
I'm going in! Let's light it up!
Hey, yeah!
Beyblades, let her rip.
And into the fire.
Shifting sands know not the mountain's permanence. There is no atonement for 1,000-year pain. Order guide you. Gather.
See, this pushback mechanic makes no... Wait, it makes sense, but I don't like it.
Though you know it not.
Well, there is characters that are definitively better than others.
An eon of suffering.
Teamwork is dreamwork!
Goba, get them!
Get out of here!
Oh, let me finish this off.
Help!
Oh my god.
Attacking me.
Stabilize.
Shine down!
And then I'll, like, properly read your comments so I can answer your question.
Huh? Huh. Ha! Ha!
Back to gather.
I'm having, like, a little bit of lag in my swap, which is fucking me up quite a lot.
Yeah! Yeah! Huh. Get out of here! Illusion shattered!
Stabilize. Shifting sands know not the mountain's permanence.
I'm going in!
There is no atonement
Eat this!
for a
Nice and
1,000-year
spicy.
pain.
There is no escape! Now you shall perish!
Stop making me run away from you. I'm trying to deal damage.
Shine down! Transcend all constraints.
Oh, wrong button.
The thunder.
No, I wasn't even on that character. Fuck off, game. Why am I so laggy?
Solidify.
Huh?
Gather.
Huh?
Goba, get them!
Illusion shattered! Everybody stand back!
Back to the earth.
Out of the frying pan, into the fire! Ha! Ha!
There we go, all done.
More axe.
So, there is, like I was saying, oh, we did not get a Dream Solvent, or the one we want to boo. Characters that are stronger than the others. A little bit because of story reasons, a little bit because of community expectations, and a little bit because game design inevitably leads to that. And there is a lot of characters that have internal synergy with themselves, simply because of the way the game works. But all of the Archon characters, so if we go all the way down here, we can see, like, even Venti, who was the first, like, exclusive banner release when the game came out, like the first one they did, he still sees play today as, like, a unit. Whereas, and then all of these other ones, so like Farina, Nahida, Zhonli, and Raiden, they're all Archon characters, and, like, unofficially I call them 6 stars, because by themselves they can carry so many team comps. But there are some even characters like Zhangling here, who you get for free. Bennett, who it's easy to pick up a couple of copies of.
Team, assemble!
Fischl and like Zhangling, they're all 4 stars, which is supposedly the worst unit, and they're some of the best units in their element. Like, there was an event recently when you could get 1 free 4-star of any character from Leeway, and this guy's from Leeway and was almost exclusively what people would have picked up. Because getting, like, extra copies of him is very good. That reminds me, have I looked
Is
in
there time for
this shop?
a snack?
Don't need Beto. It's no problem. It's more about, like, the
I'll whip one up in
understanding
no time.
how each element and each character's kit interact with each other. So, like, Bennett is very good at providing energy to the team and buffing the abilities of, like, their attack stat. And Zhanling has a very good off-field maneuver that deals lots of damage. Like, this guy and her ultimate are both off-field damage, so she doesn't have to be there for them to work. So a lot of teams will be like, do Bennett, do all of his things, use him to charge up Zhanling, do all of her things, and then swap onto other characters. Alright, we've healed these people up. We'll go back to our other team. So this team's internal synergy is, like I was explaining earlier, we use these 3 here, Nahida, Farina, and Raiden, to generate the Hyper Bloom reaction, because water and Dendro make Bloom, and then the Bloom plus electricity makes Hyper Bloom. And then we use Jean to synergize with Farina, because her ultimate, whenever you gain or lose health, increases your power, the power of your attack for, like, your whole team. So we use Jean to go back up in health. And she stays on field for, like, a reasonable amount of time to decrease the resistance of the opponent while triggering all of these off-field reactions for the other ones. And that's, like, my preferred way to play. Just, like, have 3 people that are very good off-fielders that you can then swap into one on-fielder and wail on the enemy for, like, 10 seconds. I went to the wrong menu. I need to go to this menu. Oh, huge. I've jumped off and I did not need to.
What's your name, buddy? Are you here to buy some medicine? Where are your mom and dad?
Hi, Chichi.
Are you lost?
No, I'm not. My name's Ayu, and I'm here because...
Hey there, Chi-Chi. Hi, Gray. What's going on? Hi, Traveler and Paimon.
God, I love this voice
You've actually
actor.
come at the perfect time. This little boy seems to have gotten himself lost. I think he must be new to the city. Probably wandered away from his parents and...
No, listen to me. I'm not the one who's lost. It's my dad.
Your dad?
Oh no, not his dad.
Fully grown man managed to get lost in Liyue Harbor.
It happens,
Well,
trust me.
My dad's always been kind of forgetful. In the past, he was just a little slow to react sometimes. But
Mm.
I'm worried that it's getting more serious.
A lot of the satisfaction I get from live service games is progressing towards a goal
She
or
went out
making
few
like
days
a
ago
very
to gather
good
some
thing
herbs for my
happen.
dad,
So in
but
this
she
game,
still
it's building a
hasn't come back.
team.
Meanwhile,
In
my dad's been getting
Warframe,
worse
it's
and
like
worse.
building my
I
frame
remembered that the
to be
owner
the
of
best
Bamboo
possible
Pharmacy
it can
always
be.
runs a clinic in Chingsa Village during the Lantern Rite. So I thought, why don't I take Dad to Liyue Harbor to see him there?
Mm. The owner of Bamboo Pharmacy.
When
He
we
must
got
be
to the city
Baiju.
gate, I took a moment to ask the Millith guards for directions to the pharmacy. And then, when I turned back around, my dad was gone.
Oh no.
I asked the Millith guys to go find him, but he said they won't be able to send that many people. So then I figured, maybe I can ask some other people in the city to help.
You came to the right place. We're pros at finding people. Isn't that right, Traveler?
It'll be a piece of cake. though.
Junction
Oh, I have
can
to send a
help.
message to my-
She has a good sense of smell, like a dog. Hey, who's talking about me behind my back?
Chengsheng, Chi-Chi meant that as a compliment. There's
Oh,
no
I
need
forgot
to
the
be upset.
snake.
Hello, child. You mentioned that you were looking for the owner of Boo Boo Pharmacy. How might we be of service?
You have a talking
It's like
snake?
me and a good
Oh,
friend of
are
mine
you Uncle Baiju?
both getting back into 14. And like, he's just
Baiju.
going hard, building up all the
Chengsheng,
characters,
now's not
leveling
the
them up.
time. My dear boy,
Oh,
could
poor
you tell me
Ruby.
more about your father's condition?
Whereas I'm just like,
as
you know
much
what?
as
I
you
want
can
all of the
recall?
things. Let's
Yes,
start our collection journey.
Dr. Baiju.
I see. And your family lives near Chingsa Village, you say? I visit patients there frequently, but I don't recall ever seeing you or your parents.
Uh-huh. My mom doesn't like meeting other people, especially during Lantern Rite. She always tells me to just stay at home and keep my dad company.
Is that so? Ayu, by any chance, is your mother's name Jiangli?
Whoa, yeah, it is. Do you know my mom, Dr. Baiju?
I certainly do. Gui, Chi-Chi, are there any pressing matters
Oh.
in the pharmacy at the moment? Ayu's parents are old acquaintances of mine, so I would very much like
That's
to
what I did
assist
like
with
the
search.
first time.
Would the two of you have time to join me?
Don't forget us two. We already told Ayu that we'd help.
Oh, really? Well, that's wonderful. We are most grateful for your support.
You can count on
Chi-Chi
us.
and I need to clear up the shop front first, but once that's taken care
That's
of...
so
we'll be
many
right out
people to
help you with
talk
the
to.
search.
Family is very important.
Thank you. Then I'll leave you to handle the pharmacy. Traveler, Paimon, why don't you come with me and Ayu? Let's start by talking to the Millilith guards at the city gates, see if they have an update.
Alright, up we go. We'll glide in down here and just run across. Oh, hello, Shadow. Chat, I keep on forgetting and re-remembering as well.
They searched to the north, but couldn't find anyone who
In
matched the description.
6-ish,
Well, that
maybe 7 more
complicates things.
days.
The city folks say
Uh,
there's no sign of him
There's
either.
a new
We
card
need to
game
start
coming
looking
out with a
further
digital
afield.
client,
But where
which
are we
means I
gonna
get to
get the
be
people?
back on my card game bullshit, which is huge.
Excuse me, sirs.
I've missed it so
Have
much.
you found out anything about my dad yet?
Ah, hey there, buddy. Dr. Baiju. What brings you out this way?
The boy asked for our help, so we're here to join the search. Any new developments to update us on?
Oh, thank goodness. We were just discussing how we're running out of manpower. As for updates, I'm sorry to say that we've searched the surrounding area thoroughly, but didn't find anything.
The guards at the crossing up ahead said they hadn't seen anyone either, so we don't believe he was heading towards the Guili Plains. But it is possible that he was bound for Luhua Pool.
Luhua Pool? The terrain there can be tricky to navigate. Let's hope he hasn't run into any trouble.
We'll take that.
You
area.
will?
Oh my god.
Oh, great. We can't thank you enough.
Sorry we weren't able to find your dad, buddy.
That's okay. Thank you for trying.
Off to Luhua Pool then. Oh, excuse me. Your birthday on the 1st. Ooh. What are you, turning 30? 31? $42, okay, got you.
Dad! Dad, can you hear me?
Papa?
Strike a pose!
Oh damn, they don't... Oh, but that attacks those guys. That's interesting. Daddy! Daddy, where are you?
Look, there's somebody. Oh no, it's. Hey, you! Stop! Don't go any further!
Oh. No, sir, that's a cliff.
Watch where you're going!
Oh, hi, Hutao.
Oh, dear customer, Wangsheng Funeral Parlor does appreciate your patronage, but you needn't hasten the inevitable. Are you all right? Huh?
Dad!
Hey, Hutao!
My, who do we have here? It's the Traveler in Paimon, and... my worst nightmare.
I see she still hasn't warmed to you.
That's such a funny, like, the healer and the funeral parlor
Thank you,
person don't like
Director
each
Hu,
other.
for saving this man.
Also, chat, speaking of funny, it's time for the funny little time when we stand up and have a stretch, move our bodies around, and perform a little bit of self-care. Of course, friends, if you can't stand up in this moment, that's fine. It's cool. Stay seated. Make sure you check your posture if you can. Have a bit of a screen break. I'm going to run 3 minutes of ads, get rid of the pre-roll, help the stream out with discoverability, and make sure I can fill up my coffee. And then I'll be back. Thank you all so hecka much for hanging out. Chair dancing is technically adjusting your posture. I'll accept it.
Dad, are you okay? Do you recognize me? It's me, Ayu.
You're... Are you?
Oh, not more amnesia. We just finished playing Disco
Just west
Elysium.
of Chingsa Village. You were supposed to come to Liyue Harbor to see the doctor. Remember? Does that jog your memory?
Oh, my name is Jia Liang. Liyue Harbor. See the doctor? Yes, I'm Jia Liang, and I need to see the doctor. Wait,
I'm Xiaolong.
why do I need
Bury
to see
me
the
inside.
doctor?
Thank you, Blue.
Uh-oh. He seems in really bad shape. We need to get him back to Boo Boo Pharmacy right away.
I love that it's called Boo Boo Pharmacy. I forgot.
Hold on a second. You're not seriously thinking of taking him to Boo Boo Pharmacy in this state, are you?
Huh? Why not? What's the problem?
Come on, Baiju. Don't tell me you haven't noticed it. Didn't your master teach you how to spot the signs? Why do I get the sense that you spotted them right away, but you're planning to use it for your own ends?
Use what? What are you talking about? Paimon.
Lay me down on a
There are traces of
better
god
road.
remains in Jia Liang's system.
Oh no.
Oh, yes, but
He ate a
more
god?
importantly, they're on the verge of an outburst. If that happens, the consequences will be unthinkable.
Paimon, sorry. What?
God remains? There's no need to worry, Director Hu. I have methods of keeping them at bay. It is the sworn duty of all who practice medicine to cure illnesses and save lives. What reason would I have to neglect a patient in need who is right there in front of me? Besides, it was my late master's dying wish to be able to save this patient in particular. Perhaps out of respect for him, you could give me a day's grace so that I have time to treat him?
Now you're bringing my great-uncle into this? Baiju, just what are you planning this time?
Merely to cure this man, nothing more. But of course, if you have any doubt as to my intentions, you are more than welcome to accompany me to Boo Boo Pharmacy and monitor my activities.
Oh, really? I thought I was persona non grata at Boo Boo Pharmacy. You're being unusually generous today.
We won't let get things out of
Okay,
hand.
deal. We're not going to solve anything by keeping Xiao Liang
Ooh.
here. I'm happy to do it your
I'm
way,
glad you
but
found some good new music.
only for my great-uncle's sake and the travelers, of course.
You must be pleased you brought the traveler along. Otherwise, this would have been a much more vexing ordeal.
Well, time is of the essence. Let's get ourselves back to Boo Boo Pharmacy at once.
I recently reheard an Australian band remake the Sophie Ellis Baxter song Murder on the Dance Floor, that's it. And like the way they did it was just such a subtle remake.
Blockages within the cardiovascular system, reduced blood flow and energy
Oh my god.
circulation?
That's not good at
I
all.
see. I suppose this must have caused the cognitive abnormalities.
Dr.
How
Baiju?
does this...
How bad is it? Can you cure him?
Don't you worry. Baiju's a really great doctor. He's sure to find a way. Isn't that right, Baiju?
Ayu, do you know when your father first started displaying these symptoms?
I'm not sure. He's
Same.
been like this for as long as I
My
can
favorites
remember.
are generally
But it
when they
wasn't as
like
bad as this when I was
change
still
the
little.
tempo of a song.
So it's been a long time indeed. No, I have a treatment plan in mind. We can start tonight.
Oh good.
Come and see me again tomorrow morning. I promise that by then, Ayu will find his father healthy and lucid again.
Thank you, Dr. Baiju. Thank you so much.
Hell yeah, pop off,
If you
doctor.
still have any misgivings, Director Hu, please feel free to hang around for as long as you wish.
However, it would be best if you step outside this room. A doctor must be able to focus when treating a patient.
Oh,
Any
there's so much more to go on this one. Very
distractions
good.
and the risk of complications.
Yes, of course,
Might put an extra
absolutely.
like inch on.
I'll just go and look at the flowers or something. But I will be back in an instant at the first sign that something's amiss.
we'll be heading out too.
Tomorrow, Baiju and Chung Chung.
Bye for now, everyone.
Are you ready, Baiju?
Ready as I'll ever be. I'm used to it by now. Come on, let's get started.
Ooh,
Well, that ends well, huh?
I might have to look that one up.
Paimon's kind of curious after hearing Baiju mention those people from his past. What do you think they were like?
You mean Baiju Master?
You must be curious too, right? Let's go see what we can find out while Baiju's
Yes,
busy
please,
treating
Blue.
Ayu's dad.
That would be great. Oh, hi, well, we've fallen off a cliff.
While I'm idling time on admiring the scenery, the spectacled snake-bedecked docks doing surgery. Hello, you busy bees, and what do you have to discuss with the funeral director today?
So...
Actually, don't tell me. Let me guess. From the looks on your faces, you've got some questions for me.
Guilty as charged. So, we were just a little curious about Baiju's master. What was he like? Oh, and also, how come you and Baiju could tell so quickly that Jia Liang had god remains in his system?
Huh?
Yes, I'm so curious.
Once before, Wangsheng Funeral Parlor was first founded to fight back against the vengeful wrath of gods defeated in war.
Oh, you did say that.
Well, it is a dusty
A
old
YouTube
tale
link.
by
I
this
don't have
point.
Spotify.
Long story short, in the ancient world, dead gods were acting up, so our ancestors started purifying the air and burning the bodies of the deceased to guard the border between life and death. These days, we don't deal with the wrath of the gods anymore, but all the relevant know-how is still passed down to each generation, so we can identify gods' remains when we see them.
Okay, Paimon gets it now. Wait, so how did Baiju learn to spot them?
Almost certainly from his master, who was also my great-uncle. Baiju's master was my grandpa's
I love
younger
Hu Tao's
brother,
eyes.
a former deputy director of Wangsheng Funeral Parlor.
Wow, fancy that! Huh. So, if he was from Wangsheng Funeral Parlor, how did he end up as Baiju's master?
According to my grandpa, he and my great-uncle once went traveling together when they were young. They ended up at Chenyu Vale, where they met a pharmacist. That pharmacist must have cast some sort of spell on my great-uncle, because after that
I'll
encounter,
put a spell on
suddenly announced he
you.
wanted to leave the family business and go
And
practice
now
medicine instead.
you're gone.
My grandpa had a huge argument with him, but he couldn't convince him to stay.
I put a
So my grandpa and
spell
he
on you.
While my great-uncle stayed in Chenyu Vale to
And it
practice medicine.
was strong.
They never spoke to each other again.
Funeral director to doctor is a pretty big career change. Kinda hard to imagine. But why did it drive a wedge between them for the rest of their lives? That seems a bit extreme.
If he had just become a regular doctor, there would have been no issue. After all, the Wangsheng Funeral Parlor wasn't unlike a regular doctor's clinic in the early days. But according to my grandpa, the pharmacist they met had a very ominous aura about him. And on top of that,
Ooh.
the kind of medicine practiced in the Chenyu Vale tradition goes against the natural order of things.
What?
In what way?
Don't know. My grandpa didn't know the specifics, and you've seen how wary Baiju is around me. He'd never tell me anything. But even that says to me that he definitely has something to hide. One thing I do know about Baiju is that he's obsessed with the idea of immortality. But whether that has anything to do with what he's hiding is hard to say.
Immortality? Of course.
Anyway, so I will be sticking around here for now to keep a close eye on the situation. Maybe tomorrow I'll finally figure out what he's up to.
After all that, it seems like we have more questions than answers.
After all this
Never
time,
mind. We'll just have
I'm
to ask
still
Baju himself about all
into
this
you. Tomorrow 8 to 10.
I do hope the Knights of...
It's a new day! Let's go back to Boo Boo Pharmacy and check out how Jia Liang is doing.
Last night when we were like doing the Terraria boss fight chat, it was so much fucking chaos because it was like every single boss in the mod basically.
Remember me?
Yes, I remember now.
And everyone but me, thankfully, because I was like the server
sorry.
host, had to like
Must have
accidentally
worried
disconnect
sick.
because their game stopped working
Has
halfway
your mom shown
through.
up yet? She's been gone for a while, hasn't she?
Don't worry, Dad. I got the Adventurers Guild to help us look for her. And Dr. Baiju's gonna help too. Right now, all you need to do is concentrate on getting better.
Great. That's wonderful. I can't thank you enough, Dr. Baiju.
My pleasure, really. It's the least I can do to honor my late master's dying wish. If anything, I should be apologizing to you for not making the time to visit in all these years.
Not at all, Dr. Baiju. It's only because Jiang Li... What was her reason again?
You're still in the early stages of recovery, so you'll need to take it easy for a while. Take it slowly and try not to overexert yourself.
I suggest you stay at Boo Boo Pharmacy and rest for at least the next few days.
Director Hu, do you have any further reservations about Jia Liang's condition?
It seems like the evil presence is gone after all. You really did manage to suppress it, huh?
Or did he extract it?
How did you accomplish this in a single night?
That would be a trade secret, I'm afraid. If that gives you
Not
any
the
cause
trade
for
secrets
concern,
again.
You may continue to monitor Jia Liang for as long as you wish. Though I regret to say that Boo Boo Pharmacy cannot offer to reimburse Wang Sheng Funeral Parlor for any revenue lost in the meantime.
Oh, come on, Baiju. I'm not that unreasonable.
Oh, Baiju looks a little worse for wear. Something's wrong.
I've been stuck indoors for too long. Baiju, take me outside for some air, or I'm going to suffocate.
Yes, of course. Everyone, please excuse Chiangsheng and myself for a moment.
Oh,
Suffering now, are we? Did you seriously expect to cover it up just by putting on a brave face and ignoring it? If it weren't for my quick thinking, they'd have all seen the sorry state you're in by now. But in any case, why must you keep this a secret from everybody? You should at least share your secret with one person you trust.
what about
Who's
two
there?
people? It's me. Hi. I'm the one who's there.
Why did you follow us here?
Paimon decided to go outside.
Oh, It's nothing. I just needed to get some air.
Nuh-uh. You can't lie to me.
What did I just say about putting on a brave face?
Oh my god.
Traveler,
Dad, I'm so sorry
Paimon,
you had to hear
the
that.
truth is,
I forgot to move it into a direction that doesn't like blow directly at the mic.
instead, he transferred some of his own life force to his patient to temporarily subdue the poison in his system.
His life force?
Baiju, can you please explain all of this?
My predecessors in medicine forged a contract with Changsheng. Every successor to this contract is able to use Changsheng's secret art to treat patients. I believe the irregularities with Jialiang's heart meridian were likely caused by a poison concocted using god remains as a key ingredient. The poison has not been purged from Jialiang's system. Rather, I infused him with some of my own life force, using Changsheng as the delivery medium. This will suppress the poison's effects for a limited time.
Changsheng? You can do that? Huh. Paimon always thought you were just Baiju's strange choice of a necklace. Hey, I'll have you know that I commanded the respect of even the Adepti back in Chenyu Vale. If anything, he is my mannequin. I was treating patients with Baiju's master's master long before he ever set eyes on his first medical text. Whoa. Guess you shouldn't judge a snake by its skin.
Please, that's enough.
You're looking even worse than
Wait a
before.
sec. Huto was saying that the branch of medicine you studied uses some pretty dubious methods. So, when you transfer your life force, does that mean you're actually damaging your own body?
Hardly. Changsheng helps to keep my chi in balance, so there is no great harm done.
Still, Baiju's life force is not unlimited. We must find a way to neutralize the poison in Jialiang's body. And soon. Traveler, Paimon, would you lend this dummy a hand? He needs someone checking up on him, or he'll exhaust himself
Of
trying to
course.
accomplish everything on his own.
Go on, Baiju, and load a selfie.
Baiju, don't you think you should seize this opportunity? You cannot expect to hide this from everyone for your entire life. Time will see that all secrets surface eventually.
Entire life. Thank you, Traveler and Paimon.
Huh. Paimon doesn't think we've seen this
Drop the
side.
mohair.
But there's no need to thank us. You've helped us out before.
What are the next
The
steps?
poison in Jialiang's system must have accumulated over a prolonged period. I think I should pay a visit to their family home and look for clues as to how he might have been exposed to it.
Do you know where this house is?
Yes. I asked Ayu this morning before you arrived. He told me that his family lives in a secluded spot to the west of Qingsa village. Let's head there together once I've asked Gui and Chi-Chi to look after the pharmacy.
Alright,
As
roger
well
that.
as investigating Jia Liang's exposure to the poison, we should also keep an eye out for Ayu's missing mother, my fellow disciple Jiang Li.
Wait, we gotta wait for the quest for a cure. Nyong. Off to Chingsa.
Whoa! There's a house all the way out here? Huh. It's so well hidden, Paimon's never noticed it before.
Nor have I. And I've hosted clinics at Qingsa Village many times in the past.
Ooh.
If you ask me, Jiangli was trying to remain unnoticed.
Oh,
Maybe.
never mind, Paimon. We meant to ask earlier, but it slipped our minds in the rush to get here. Could you tell us more about Jiangli? You said she was your fellow disciple, right?
She was indeed. We studied medicine together under the same master near Chenyu Vale. She is several years older than I and also began her travels far earlier than me. As a result,
would
the
make
time I
sense.
spent studying alongside her was rather short.
Supposedly, she met an herb gatherer sometime during her travels and decided to settle down with him. That must have been
Cute.
Jialiang.
Wait, Changxiang, are you saying neither of you had actually met Jialiang or Ayu before all of this?
Jiangli did occasionally come back to Chenyu Vale to see our master, but for whatever reason, she hardly ever talked about her family. The last time she visited us, she and Master had some sort of quarrel. We never heard from her after that. It almost seemed as if she'd gone into hiding.
Quarrel? What happened?
I don't know. I did not witness the argument myself.
Nor did Master ever explain it to me. All he would say is that should I ever encounter Jiangli or her family in the future, I should do everything in my power to help them.
Of course.
Oh,
Makes
so
sense.
that's why you went to such extreme lengths to help Jialiang.
No. Even if my master had never said anything, it would still be my duty as a doctor to help him. My
Yeah, we love a
decision would
doctor
have
like
remained
that.
the same.
Paimon never knew you were so selfless, Baiju. Paimon always had you down as the sneaky, scheming type. Sorry.
So a few words from me is enough to dispel all your suspicions?
No.
You ought not be quite so quick to relax your guard, Paimon.
Yeah,
Sometimes
Paimon is
even the
right.
big guys have their own private agenda.
What the?
It's not even sometimes,
Okay,
it's
that was
most
the
of the
most
time.
suspicious sounding thing you've ever said.
Let's leave the idle chatter there for now. Jiangli has lived in this house for many years. There must be something here that can shed a little light on this whole situation.
Oh, I guess we're gonna go
Let's
exploring.
But if anyone finds anything, we'll examine it together.
Yes, sir, Mr. Baiju, sir. Don't particularly care to read through that. These are all just going to be clues.
Traveler, Paimon, come quick!
Oh. Hello? I came as quick as I could.
What is this?
Changsheng and I found a hidden compartment. This is what was hidden inside.
Oh, God remains?
You sense it too? You're right. This is a poison concocted using god remains.
Is it breathing? Paimon's not seeing things, is she?
No, your eyes do not deceive you. I do believe the poison in this bottle is alive.
Oh my gosh.
Some toxins act a lot like living organisms. I read about this once in the Origins and Symptoms of Diseases. This ancient class of poisons consists of mother and minor loads, capable of sustaining a connection over vast distances. If it's a concoction of this kind we're dealing with,
Oh my
then both the
Lanta.
poison in Jialiang's system and this one here are likely minor loads. Offshoots, essentially.
And we have to find the mother load.
So, the main body is somewhere else?
Correct. Whoever is administering the poison can manipulate the source to indirectly control the poisoned individual's behavior and even cognition. Similarly,
Oh
the
my gosh, it's a
poisoned
mind
individual
control
will hear,
drug?
to a varying extent, the call of the source.
The call of the... Wait. So back when Jia Liang ran off, maybe that explains where he was heading.
It's going back to
Only
Jinxie
one
Village.
thing could have been drawing him there. The source of the god remains used as the poison's key ingredient, the mother lode.
This is getting crazier and crazier. What kind of person would do all this just to poison Jia Liang?
I clicked on the thing.
Why has everyone gone quiet all of a sudden?
Since this poison was carefully hidden away in a secret compartment, the one who concocted it is likely a resident of the house.
Ooh.
Jia Liang? Why would he poison himself?
Think a little harder, Paimon. Someone else who lives here. And who
The little
might
boy?
have expertise in crafting drugs.
Huh? So you're saying... it was Jiang Li? Wait, but that doesn't make any sense either. Why would she poison her own husband?
I agree. It makes little sense. Jiang Li does not strike me as the kind of person who...
Definitely the little boy.
Look at the facts, though. How many people in the entirety of Liyue have the ability to concoct a poison from god remains?
It's too early to draw any conclusions. We should question Jia Liang about it once he has made more progress in his recovery.
Do you know of a method to neutralize the
Yes.
poison?
According to the origins and symptoms of diseases, the minor lodes will disappear if the mother lode is purged.
Okay.
So if we can find and destroy the source of these god remains, the poison will leave Jia Liang's system without the need for any further treatment. Do you know anything about god remains in Qingsa village?
Nothing concrete.
Even the history books have no record of this. The only ones who'll know anything are those old fogies who have been hanging around here since the beginning of time.
Didn't you used to be on good terms with the Adepti, though? You sure they didn't tell you anything about this?
Well,
Changsheng's memories and powers are not what they were in her prime. These days, she has to enter a contract with a mortal and share their life force just to sustain her own life.
Oh,
I fear
damn.
that such ancient events are long gone from her memory by now.
07 her.
What? Enter a contract? Share life force? Sounds like some pretty spooky sorcery if you ask Paimon.
hey! Plenty of people would jump at the chance to join forces with a powerful being like me. With my assistance in rebalancing your chi, not only can you extend your lifespan, but you will also be stronger, healthier.
I would
and able to
100%
eat
make a
whatever
contract
you
with the
like
snake.
No risk of upsetting your stomach.
Stronger and healthier? Wow, that's amazing! Baiju, maybe when you retire, you can let Paimon sign a contract with Changsheng
Oh my
for a
god,
few days.
Paimon, you're already an ageless god.
Unfortunately, Changsheng's contract has strict requirements regarding the host's temperament. None of her hosts have ever been exempted from these rules. I fear that I will be unable to accommodate your wishes, Paimon.
Temperament? Hey! What are you trying to say?
You're loud and
Can't you
annoying,
suddenly
Paimon.
insult Paimon to her face?
Strange, Baiju has a weak constitution. Didn't his master pass away at an early age?
Paimon's mad! You're getting ugly nicknames, both of you! Baiju, you're Mannequin Man! Changsheng, you're just a pain in the neck!
Oof.
This is exactly why your natural temperament makes you woefully unsuited to being my host.
All right, everybody, calm down. Back to the matter at hand. Is there any way at all
Back
for
to
us to
reality.
seek counsel from the Adepti about this?
With how antisocial they are? If it were up to them, they'd go their whole lives without showing their faces to the
Ooh.
common folk.
I do have someone that I can call.
What?
Who you gonna call?
Seems you're as well connected as they say, traveler.
I
We are
do
truly
know a
fortunate to
few
have
gods
you
and
on our side.
demigods.
Oh, if you're talking about who Paimon thinks you're talking about, you better do the honors.
Oh. Zhao. Zhao, are you there? Hey, baby doll.
Gets Paimon every time.
Are all Adepti in the habit of materializing out of thin air like this?
Well, this is unexpected.
Huh? It's you.
It's me.
Baiju of Boo
Hi.
Pharmacy. I do believe I've had the pleasure before. The Lantern Rite, when we met briefly, I was unaware of your true identity. I must apologize for the discourtesy.
Huh? You two already know each other?
Our paths have crossed once before. I sense the presence of evil spirits.
Yep,
Is
that's
this
why
why
we
you
called
called
you.
me?
Mm-hmm. I wanted to ask you about dead gods.
So someone has been concocting demonic poison. Too often, fervent
Yepers.
desires drive mortals to abandon all regard for their own safety. It is lamentable. I now know what you seek. It is true that a god's remains are buried beneath the foundations of Chinxa village. A vile monster known as the Ch once wrought havoc over this land,
Ooh.
before it was subdued by Rex Lapis. The land was finally cleansed of poison when Rex Lapis used statues in his likeness to seal the serpent's remains. Chinxa village
we have to
was
go find
founded
statues of
sometime
John
after
Lee?
that. The seal is still mostly intact. If the Ch is the source, then it must be some of its blood leaking from deep underground. However, its aura is faint and barely detectable. You will need to investigate further to identify the location of the leak.
I see.
I do not like to intervene against mortals unless absolutely necessary. But when demonic forces are involved, things can spiral out of control. If that happens, be sure to call my name again.
Say my name, say my name. When no one is around you, say, baby, I love you.
Nothing.
Why you running games?
not
Say my
wish to sway
name, say my
decisions that are
name.
mortals to
You acting
make,
kinda
but
shady and calling
Immortality
me
may not be the
baby.
blessing that you imagine it
Why
to
the
be.
sudden
I shall treasure your
change?
words of instruction, Master Adeptus.
Farewell.
What a strange Adeptus. Rather different from the way I remember them.
That's Shell for ya! And thanks to him, we finally got some concrete info to go off of.
If the god remains are leaking from underground, Jiangli must be paying a visit to a subterranean cave on her herb-gathering trips. If we can find the cave...
Master! Master! There's a problem!
Uh-oh, we're in
All the way from
trouble.
Boo Boo Pharmacy?
What
I
happened?
can't get over the
Don't
Boo Boo
panic.
Pharmacy.
Just catch your breath and tell me everything.
It's Jiaoyang. He was fine one minute, and then he suddenly took a turn for the worse.
Already? How?
Yiker.
Based on past experience, he should have been fine for the next 3 days at least.
It seems that my worst fears have been confirmed.
Uh-oh.
Everyone, back to Boo Boo Pharmacy now.
Alright, now we know how this painting is gonna end. Oh wait, there's some... Are there... There's a lotus... Oh, that's a lotus. We will grab that. I think around here there are some silk flowers. Oh, bless me. Thank you, Blue. Appreciate it.
I'm tired of guard duty.
I must be misremembering how the layout of Leeway.
Dad, what's wrong? Dad?
Don't be scared. Dr. Baishu will be back soon.
How is he doing?
Dr. Baishu, you're back! My dad was doing fine earlier, but then he suddenly started coughing up blood. Now he can't
Ooh,
even get a full
that's
word
no
out
good.
anymore.
When Gui left, he was still conscious. But now...
Quay,
But
please take Jiao Liang to
now
the back room and prepare
there's
for treatment.
nowhere to hide since you pushed my love
Don't worry,
aside.
I
I'm out of my head, hopelessly devoted to you.
Is there really no other way to save Jiao Liang?
Next morning, 8.
Onward.
Hopelessly devoted to you.
Work to do. How are you feeling, Dad? Are you still hurting anywhere? You're not gonna suddenly collapse again.
No,
are
but
you?
Baiju probably will.
Much better, Ayu. I'm feeling much better. In fact, I can't explain it, but somehow I feel even better than usual. Wait, where's Dr. Baiju? I still haven't had a chance to thank him. Seems he moved me here before I came to.
Master said he needed to take a quick rest and asked me to bring you out of the treatment room. He hasn't emerged yet, so he must still be resting.
Oh, really? Well, he must be tired from treating me for 2 nights in a row.
That's not why he's tired?
I don't know how I can begin to repay him for saving my life. I'll have to discuss it properly with Jiang Li once we find her. Speaking of which, has there been any word of her whereabouts yet?
No, the Adventurers Guild hasn't gotten back to me yet. I'll go check with them again in a bit.
I'll come with...
I don't think he will.
Don't forget what Master said. You're still not out of the woods yet, Jiao Liang. I strongly suggest that you stay and rest at Boo Boo Pharmacy for now. I can accompany Ayu to the Adventurers Guild.
I suppose you're right. I'll have to rely on you this time. Though, on the bright side, this means I can thank Dr. Baiju in person once he's finished resting.
Traveler, Baiju hasn't shown his face ever since he went in to treat Jiao Liang
itchy
again.
ear.
Do you think he...
He's alive still, don't worry about it. But we will go check up on him.
Hey, wait up!
Huh?
You're finally awake? That was far too risky. Even with me here to help you balance your chi.
There was no time. I had no other choice. In any case, it was not completely without benefit to myself. I managed to learn something. Jiang Li's design is quite brilliant. She makes numerous innovations that I can learn from. Alas, if only there wasn't a catch.
So, how much longer do you think Baishu's gonna nap for? They've been outside waiting for you the whole time while you were asleep. Shall we at least go and show our faces?
All right.
Surely he hasn't. There's no way he could have just... Who's talking behind our backs again?
Me.
Baishu! Changsheng!
We were just worried you were dead. You both okay?
Of course. There's no need to be concerned. I merely had to transfer a rather large amount of life force on this occasion. But, with Changsheng's help, I will recover in time.
Jiaoliang seemed fine yesterday.
It seems like very detrimental to your long-term health.
Treatment again so soon.
Oh, chat, there's some
made
wind.
an error in my
Huge.
initial diagnosis. Jiaoliang is in fact suffering from more than one ailment, and as a result, his life force depleted at a greater rate than I had anticipated.
What? You mean, even if you got all the poison out of him, he'd still be sick?
Yes. But more pertinently, the poison in
that's no
Jiaoliang's
good.
system is there precisely because it is being used to manage his underlying medical condition.
Oh.
Jiaoliang has a rare congenital heart condition, and ongoing treatment is essential to maintaining healthy functioning of his heart meridian.
So she
Left
wasn't
untreated,
poisoning him.
It puts the patient at risk of coughing up blood and fainting, and in the longer term, causes irreversible damage to the internal organs.
Ooh.
Though it was created from god remains, this formula is not a poison in Jiaoliang's case. Rather, it's his medication.
Had he not taken it all these years, he likely would have died a long time ago.
The plot thickens.
Still, using poison to treat a disease is hardly a viable long-term solution. As time passed, and the poison accumulated in his system, it began to impact his cognition. Moreover, the longer he relied upon this medicine, the more resistant his body became to it. Jiang
See, this
Li
is why I
had to
don't take a lot of
concoct ever
painkillers, chat.
greater quantities to ensure its continued efficacy, or he could have still perished at any moment.
That explains why Ayu said his dad has been getting worse, and why his mom went off to gather herbs.
God remains are extremely dangerous to be around, because humans have no natural defense against them. I shudder to think how many times Jiang Li has exposed herself to them. I fear that the situation is just as that Adeptus described. In an effort to save Jiaoliang's life, Jiang Li has abandoned all regard for her own safety.
Ooh.
I never suspected that even Jiang Li would turn to the same path as so many others over the years. Perhaps this is the inevitable course of fate. To sacrifice one's own life to save others. To go beyond human means in order to do the impossible, whatever the cost may be.
Well, I think that it's too early to say with any certainty what fate has in mind. In any case, I have stabilized Jia Liang's condition for now, so our immediate priority should be to get ourselves back to Qingsa village and find out where
Is there
Jiang Li
anybody
is.
out there?
Her regular exposure to God remains over such a
feeling
long period will have been
something?
catastrophic for her health. And given that she's already been missing for several days, I am fearing the worst.
Who's that? Liquid one cool.
It's me, Traveler, Dr. Baiju.
Ooh, good here. We love that you have a huge help.
It's Jiao Liang! Don't tell Paimon you overheard everything already.
Dr. Baiju, please let me come with you. You've already done so much for my family. I can no longer just sit here and watch while you put yourself at risk for Jiang Li's sake. After all, if it wasn't for me, she wouldn't have had to put herself in harm's way in the first place. I know I won't be of much help in battle, but at the very least, I can show you the way.
You
I'm
follow
sure
old
I'll be able
Rafiki,
to
he know the
remember.
way.
I know there's a spot where she says goodbye to me every time she goes to gather her herbs. I'm sure I'll remember. I have to remember.
Sir?
Careful. If you get too agitated, your blood pressure and stress levels will rise, putting further pressure on your heart. For your own safety, you should stay here and rest.
No! We're out of time! We have to go now. Right now. Before I forget everything again.
Damn, bro.
This trip will be extremely dangerous, and there is a very real possibility that you will not return from it. Are you sure you're prepared for that?
I never expected to live this long in the first place. My death is already long overdue.
Nuh-uh.
So I fear it. There's only one thing I fear now, and that's that I'll forget her again before we manage to find her.
Very well. Then follow me.
Dr. Baiju, are you heading out again?
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
This could be a long one. Could you please prepare a dose of the usual formula? Please add an extra measure of mistgrass pollen and 1 dose each of the ingredients from the 3rd and 5th compartments of my medicine cabinet. I hope it works.
Ooh?
Dr. Baiju, do you mean...
Hop to it now. And remember to be careful with the cauldron this time. You don't want to burn yourself again.
She's a zombie.
Okay.
I can't read what this says. Please, show me your prescription.
It's time to move on. We shouldn't stay here.
Jean, shut up. I was sending someone a message. Back to Qingsha. Oh gosh. All this natural light in the background is just like flooding my camera. Can we do a little... Oh. That's not the right one. Oh, I thought it had frozen for a second. Right. Alright, if we do that, that kind of works out. It was just a little bit overexposed because the exposure was set to auto. So when like the wind would blow the curtain over, it would become overexposed and I would look horrible. Ooh. It's definitely possible, trust. It doesn't happen so much, so...
That strange feeling is back.
Blech. Doesn't happen so much,
It's just
but
the day I
like...
went missing. It's as if something inside me is trying to guide me somewhere.
It can happen. Ooh, what have I got here?
The Mother Lode's influence is growing
Something has changed within me.
Closer to the source? Or because the leakage of Che blood is growing more severe? Jialiang, can you sense which direction the source is in?
I think it's this way.
Oh. Off we go.
Yes, I'm sure of it.
Ooh. Oh.
Inactivity serves no purpose whatsoever.
Shh. Okay, right, listen. We're just going to be uninactive for like a minute and a half, which means you stand there, because chat, it is once again time for a self-care ad break. This, of course, means it's time to stand up and have a stretch if you've been sitting down for a while. And friends, if you can't stand up, don't worry about it. Stay seated. Maybe try and adjust your posture if you can. Give yourself a hug because you deserve it. I'm going to run 3 minutes of ads. Get rid of the pre-rolls. Help the stream out with discoverability. And then we'll be back. Thank you all so heckin' much for hanging out. I appreciate you. Oh, good luck, Blue. Wait, put that. Oh, we're following the guy? Alright. I wanna be like you.
I feel a dull ache in my heart. This must be the way.
Oh, are you Rafiki?
This place feels familiar. I think I've been here before.
When you were here before.
There's an inauspicious presence here. Even I can sense it.
Couldn't look you in the eye.
Jiaoliang,
You're just like an angel.
maybe you should rest here while we continue the search.
No.
Skin makes me cry.
Jiaoli is still waiting for me. Then let's hurry.
Flow like a dew in a beautiful world. Hiya, Remy. Did you get another PB? Welcome on in, friend. I hope you're doing the most hecking amazing. Oh, I've got to claim these. Fuck. I wish I was special.
This place gives Paimon the creeps. Who knows what we're gonna find up ahead? The digging marks here appear amateur and rather old. I suspect it is a thieves' tunnel. A thieves' tunnel? Paimon has heard rumors about treasure around these parts before. Maybe it was the treasure hoarders that dug this tunnel.
Judging by the tools they
See,
left
here's the thing
behind,
about speedrunning,
it's certainly
though,
a
Remy.
possibility.
It is just an
But why did they
arbitrary set of
abandon this
rules
place
put in
without
place
even
to make
stopping to
people
pack
feel
up their
cool
tools?
when they break, like when they
I remember now.
do things
She
within that
took me
rule
here
set.
once and told
So
me
if
that
you
she
think
found
you
way
got a
safely in this
PB, you
cave.
got a PB.
But she said that the method would cause me to, curses. Why can't I remember what she said?
Easy, Jiaoliang.
Oh my gosh.
Come on, let's
2
keep
minutes. Well, that's definitely a PB. Because you didn't spend those 2 minutes, like, moving the game forward.
There is no escape.
Yoo-hoo! I see everything.
I swear by my sword.
Oh.
There's a
Yeah, that's the other thing. Like, sure,
sure made them
submitting to the leaderboards is cool, fun. You get that PB, you're on the website, you can show your friends. But, like, if you get a PB and, like, you know you haven't fucking cheated the system, you just had an unfortunate capture card freeze, it still counts as a PB. And plus, you're still improving anyway, so, like, you can just be like, oh, this is the one time I got a PB, I'll put that in my head instead of recording it.
I believe this censer was used to burn a monster-repelling incense.
Ooh.
A monster repelling incense? You sure? 'Cause we did run into that group of monsters just now.
Well, there's no incense in
was
there.
burned several days ago. If I had to guess, the monsters we fought just now were enticed here by some entity deeper inside the cave. No doubt an encounter with the very same entity was what prompted the treasure hoarders to flee and abandon their designs on this cave. After them, Jiang Li was the next person to discover this place and what lies inside. But to her, it presented an opportunity to save Jia Liang's life, albeit as a last resort.
That's right. This censer. It belongs to Zhongli.
That's definitely what really
This is the
matters.
place. This is where I told Zhongli to give me the poison. I'm fine.
I don't think you are
I
fine.
can feel it. She is right below us, waiting for me.
What the hell? Why am I looking at the map? We need to continue on in the domain. Open sesame. Good luck getting sleepies. Thank you for stopping by. I appreciate you, Remy. I will catch you round like a whistle.
I can feel it. We're getting close. We're almost there. It's right up ahead.
Oh.
The place where we made a pact together to...
Open sesame?
We can keep going now.
From the looks of it, the energy released by this mechanism can not only clear barriers, but also be conducted by corresponding mechanisms. Perhaps it's something we can make use of.
Oh, okay. We're puzzle? That goes down here. So I assume we need to go... push. Push. Activate?
A bitter pill to swallow.
Is this what we're looking for? One of his voice lines is really a cough. Oh my gosh, poor Baiju.
Shower me with praise! Shine down! Go as one!
Wind, hear me.
Let the world come alive!
Ooh, testicles. Nope, wrong direction. Wouldn't want to push you in the wrong direction. Oh, I get it. Think we have to bring this one back around? Bring it back around. Love to push the pedestal. Activate it now. Turn the other one on. Oh my god, what is that guy?
Jiangli!
Oh, it's a Geo Bishop.
There's a monster next to her!
The god remains must have lured them here. Watch my back.
I swear by my sword.
The one to whom she's loathsome blood clings. What a name!
Dr. Baiju, how serious is it? Is she...
I can still feel a pulse, but her condition is quite grave. The
Amma.
god remains here are encroaching on her cognition, much as the poison in your system did to you. If we don't eliminate it soon, then even if we save her life, I fear that she may never wake up again.
Then, what are we waiting for? Let's destroy the remains right away!
It's not as simple as that.
Oh, it's not?
Don't you remember what Baiju said? The poison within Jialiang's body is inextricably linked to the god remains here. If the source is purged, the poison in his system will stop having any effect.
Oh, and the poison is his medicine.
And the poison within Jialiang's body is keeping his heart condition under control. So, if it stops working... Oh no. Are you saying...
Indeed. If the god remains here are purged, then your life will come to an end.
Damn, not this life for a life shenaniganry.
Wait! But we've all been working our butts off to save Jialiang's life! After all that, we can't just give up on him! Baiju, you're a great doctor! Surely you gotta know of some other way we can save him, right?
You could continue to take the poison, which would buy you some time. As for Jiangli, maybe if we put our heads together, we can think of something?
It appears to me that she was striving to concoct your medicine for you, right up until the moment when she lost consciousness.
Ooh.
Maybe it's her greatest wish that you will continue to take it and live.
Come on.
Dr. Baiju, give it to me straight. How long does Jiangli have?
The god remains have reached her internal organs. Under ordinary circumstances, I would give her less than 3 days. But if I were to treat her using
Damn,
a
it's
secret
like stood over
route-
there. You can't be thinking about this again.
But what would be the point of that? Dr. Baiju, I'm all too aware of the dangers of god remains. You are not the first to mention it to me. If I continue to sustain my own life using this wretched substance, not only would Jiangli have to keep risking her life to make my medicine for me, but I would have to live with the looming threat of these remains breaking out and wreaking havoc not just upon me, but my entire family. I know for a fact that I should have died over a decade ago. The fact that I've been around to see how you grow up is already a
I
great
wanna have a look
blessing
at your
from
feet,
Rex
okay,
Lapis.
Shadow?
If my choice can bring Jiangli back, then even if I die,
Jialiang...
after cheating death for so long, it seems I've grown somewhat addicted to life. Traveler, Dr. Baiju,
Totally addicted to life.
my
Whoa,
wife.
whoa.
I just want to have one final moment together. Just a moment. That's all.
From this moment,
Of course.
as long as I live,
Thank you, everyone.
I will love
sorry
you.
I won't be able to repay your kindness in this life.
Jialiang... Baiju, Changsheng... Is there really nothing else you can do?
I am sure that over the years, Jiangli will have tried all the conventional methods known to humankind. As for less conventional methods, I have little expertise besides Changsheng's secret art.
Mortals are fated to grow old and pass on when their natural lifespan runs out. If it were so easy to combat the natural processes of aging and death, Jiangli would not have had to resort to unnatural methods.
What a crazy situation. Jiang Li risked it all to save Jialiang's life. And now, Jialiang has to sacrifice himself to save Jiang Li.
I've seen many
All
final
we can do.
farewells in my time, but I can never get used to it.
It is a very
In the
sad
realm,
thing.
all things must come to an end. Is it not a fitting end to die for a worthy cause? At least, that's what generations of masters before you have always believed.
The path they chose was indeed a heroic one. But when I think of those who would willingly sacrifice themselves for others, I cannot help but think that theirs are the lives least deserving of death.
When all this began, we agreed that once Ayu was old enough to help you gather herbs, it would be time for me to go. If you could only see him now. He took me all the way to Liyue Harbor to see the doctor. And he even got the Adventurers Guild to search for you. So, I know that you'll both be okay without me. I've said my goodbyes. My time has come.
Goodbye.
Do what you must.
To you.
As you wish.
Goodbye to everything that I knew.
It will eat away at both your cognition and your memories. In the end, you'll become little more than a shadow of your true self.
I'll take it. At the very least, it will allow me to stay with you and watch Ayu grow up.
Oh, he's getting his memories back.
Mom, something's really wrong with Dad.
Alright, you need like 2 or 3 more lines on this one. And then the production begins.
Don't fret, Ayu. I will gather some medicinal herbs right away. I promise you, nothing will happen to our family.
Alas.
Why would these memories come to mind now?
Oh, she's woken up.
The longer we live, the tighter we cling to what we have.
Bye, lady.
Oh, how I would love to hear your voice one last time.
This is a little sad.
Jialiang. 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 Jialiang.
Oh.
Dad, are you awake?
Oh?
Jiangli, are you? Didn't I... Huh?
Not dead?
What are these?
How does it feel to come back to life?
Do you feel strange or different in any way?
It's a zombie?
Could you describe it to me in detail?
Dr. Baizhu, I thought that I was going to...
Die? You did indeed. As things stand now, you're more akin to a zombie than a human.
He's a zombino.
That's right. Before we set off,
With
I
your
asked
text
Chi-Chi to prepare
and your
an
bones
elixir
and
of
your bones
immortality.
and your
With its
guns
help, you have
and
been
your
suspended in the
head and
space
your
between life and
head.
death. Of course, this is but a crude imitation of an Adeptus art. I don't expect it to extend your life indefinitely. Whether it will keep you alive for a few days, a few months, or a few years, I'm as interested as you to find out. But, however long you have left, I believe it should be more than sufficient time for you to say your final goodbyes before departing the world in peace. I hope that Director Hu finds this arrangement to be a satisfactory one.
An elixir of immortality? How'd you cook that up? Ugh. Leave it to you to work on something like that behind my back.
It's a work in progress that hardly lives up to its name, and it would have had no effect were it not for Jialiang's iron will. In the end, I am merely a doctor. I understand very little of the great principles
I
governing
don't know, he
life and
seems to be
death
like
and the
journeying into
perpetual
necromancy
cycle of
here.
yin and yang. All I know is that if I'm presented with a life that deserves to be saved, I will do everything in my power to save them. And even this would have counted for nothing without Director Hu's assistance. After all, did you not tell Jia Liang to show us the way before we set off for Qingsa village?
Oops. And I'm busted.
Got her.
Without Director Hu nudging things in the right direction, we may not have found Jiang Li in time.
So it was
No
hotel.
wonder he didn't mention the elixir back then. I thought he was being frank and transparent with me for once, but apparently not.
Director Hu told me to keep her suggestion a secret, but it seems nothing escapes Dr. Baiju's attention.
Never underestimate a serpent's sense of smell.
All I wanted was to help Jialiang find his missing wife as soon as possible, so that he could be on his way to the afterlife without any unfulfilled wishes making the journey more difficult than it needs to be.
Don't want to make any ghosts.
The Boo Boo Pharmacy to snatch the perfect opportunity right out of my hands at the last hurdle. Never mind. I'll just have to put it down in the books as a deferred consideration. One Chi-Chi was enough of a conundrum. The last thing I need's another one. If I'd known this was coming, I'd have whisked him off to the Wangsheng funeral parlor the moment I found him.
You stay away from my dad! When I grow up, I'm gonna become an even better doctor than Mom and Baiju.
Oh my god.
And cure Dad for good!
Pop off, child.
Oh, is that right? Well, you wouldn't be the first person who's tried to put Wangsheng funeral parlor out of business. If you're serious about it, you'll have your work cut out for you. Traveler, Paimon, I'll catch you all another time.
Is she finally gone? All's well that ends well. If you ask Paimon, we should probably do something to celebrate this hard-earned family reunion.
Paimon's idea of a celebration can only mean one thing.
At times like this, a grand celebratory feast is in order.
Of course, Paimon.
It feels like it was a whole lifetime ago when I last talked with Zhongli and Ayu around the dinner table.
Ooh, maybe...
Hey, Paimon can't wait! Alright, first things first, off to the market for some fresh ingredients. Let's go!
No, I'm just gonna grab them out of my pocket.
Wait up! I'll come too!
Baiju, thank you so much for everything you've done for us.
Don't mention it, Jiangli. I was just doing my duty.
Just your duty, huh? Baiju, Changsheng, would you mind if we took this conversation outside?
Oh. Where's the exit, though? Oh, there we go.
Time flies. It's been so long since we bade each other farewell in Shenyu Vale. Changsheng, you're the same as ever. You haven't changed one bit.
You, on the other hand, have changed a lot.
You're right. My younger self would have never imagined that things would one day turn out this way. Or that you'd turn out this way, Baiju.
And the side effects.
I've taken a look at your elixir of immortality. It's not altogether dissimilar from the poison I concocted in terms of the way it functions.
I have to say, Jiangli, it was a stroke of genius to use poison to maintain life. I hope you're not too upset at me for copying your methods.
No, not at all. With your intellect,
Imitation
even
is
if
the
you've never
sincerest
seen
form of
poison,
flattery.
I believe you would have eventually arrived at the same approach. But I'm still impressed by how quickly you managed to gain such a thorough understanding of it. Jialiang's still only been in your care for a few days. Not just that, you even managed to improve upon the original formula. That cannot be explained by intellect alone. Baizhu, be honest with me. Did you try out some of the poison on yourself?
Maybe?
Huh. Told you the truth would surface sooner or later.
Life force isn't the only thing that Changsheng's contract lets you transfer between bodies, is it?
Nothing gets past you, Jiangli. You are correct. Besides life force, Changsheng's secret art also allows for the transfer of toxins and diseases. When I treated Jia Liang for the second time, I transferred some of the poison from his body into my own. Not only did this allow me to alleviate the burden on him, but it also gave me an opportunity to study its properties. There is no need
That's
to
some
worry
Benny
about any
Gesserit bullshit
long-term
right there.
consequences to my health, however. Now that the source has been destroyed, any remaining poison in me will have already dissipated.
But you took such a huge risk. If we hadn't destroyed the god's remains back there, then even you might have... What am I saying? I'm in no position to criticize you for this. The reason I left our master and went into hiding all those years ago was that he was getting old, and I didn't want him using up any more of his own life force to treat my husband. But in the end, how were my methods any different? I risked one life to save another, and then you tried the poison on yourself too. It looks like both of us have ended up going the same way as our master before us.
Doctors be like
We're
that.
all disciples of Chenyu Vale, destined to turn out this way. To live a short life, haven't given away our own for the sake of others.
Short life.
To fight
Baiju's gonna live a
against
long
the natural
life.
course of life and death, whatever the cost.
He's a snake's age.
Maybe our fate is sealed the moment we decide to study medicine.
We are doctors, Jiangli. We ought never say that anyone's fate is sealed.
Baizhu, I can tell that, over the years, you've used the contract with Changsheng to transfer many diseases and toxins to yourself. There are so many that, some of them, I don't even recognize. Can you still stop before it's too late?
You probably won't.
I think you know the answer, Jiangli. Every one of us from Chenyu Vale believes in the same thing.
Hey, food's ready!
Mom, come and join us. The Traveler taught me a load of new recipes and said even Dad'll be able to taste them. Come and try them out.
Yes, darling. Mom will be there in just a second. Hey, slow down. Baizhu, I know I won't be able to convince you, but please don't forget that if one day you're not around anymore, Chi-Chi, Gui, and all the friends who have grown fond of you, they will all miss you dearly.
There's no need to worry, Jiangli. I know what I'm doing.
I can only hope so.
Baizhu, what did Jiang Li mean by not around anymore?
Don't worry about it, Paimon. What did she mean exactly?
Every single mortal I've ever contracted with, including Baizhu and Jiang Li's master, has passed away at a young age. Wait, that doesn't make any sense. You said that the contract with you helps people live longer.
It is a very long story.
I am neurospicy. I like long
Long ago,
stories.
when plagues ravaged the land, one doctor made a pledge to rid the world of pain and suffering. But even the most ingenious mortal medicine could not stay the tide of disease. And after working tirelessly for many years, even his dearest loved ones fell sick and bade their final farewell. Legends told of an herb lord in Chenyu Vale who could cure any illness known to mankind.
Herb
The
Lord.
doctor sought the
What a
herb,
title.
but found only a white snake, its breathing weak and its power all but spent.
Sign this contract and let our lives be joined. Then I will impart to you the secret art of healing. But be warned, this art will harm your own health.
With means beyond human ken, the doctor could now reverse the process of death. And yet, the time
Like this
still
music.
came to say goodbye. Only now, the one departing was the doctor, his life force spent. His final act in life was to pass on the contract to his final patient, his favorite disciple. The disciple chose to dedicate their life to saving the lives of others. And generation upon generation followed in these footsteps. Since I inherited this contract, I've always respected the path taken by my predecessors.
I get it now.
And followed it myself, unquestioningly.
They all die young because they're just like
I tried
diseases.
to use the art to save my own disciples, beloved. She begged me not to use up my own life force. She said that this art is a poison chalice, an evil and unnatural practice. She did not wish to sacrifice one life for the sake of another, when both were lives she treasured.
Makes sense.
Only then did it occur to me. Did I not suffer when my master passed away, just as patients' families do at their loved one's deathbed? Are not the lives cut short by this contract just as worthy of saving as any patients? What is this contract to us? Medicine or poison? Alas, I no longer have enough time left to find the answer. I entrust to your care both Changsheng and this final question. May you find a remedy for this conundrum, which has ailed us so.
Time and again, no matter how much I try to warn them or balance their chi, I can never save them. And you? What's your answer?
If I abandoned the contract and left you without a host, what would happen?
I suppose I'd spend my final moments taking a nice nap on Mount Yaojun. Then I'd be reunited with my old friends and your predecessors.
Then it's decided. If there's a life in front of me that deserves to be saved, why shouldn't I do everything within my power to save it?
Once again, it's the same answer. So be it. Close your eyes. Who knows how many more people will take on this contract?
None. This contract will end with me.
My contract has strict requirements on the host's natural temperament. All my hosts have been most pure of heart.
But when one with an altruistic nature gains access to this art, they are more seduced than the average person by the miracle of overturning the laws of life and death. Though they know better than anyone else the fate that awaits them, when faced with the sorrows of humanity and the pain of losing their nearest and dearest, they cannot help but reach beyond human means.
They are like moths that throw themselves into the flame, seeking a glimmer of hope in a dark world filled with pain and suffering.
So, Baiju, does that mean...
I suppose that would make me a moth that yearns for the light, but doesn't want to be burned to a crisp. Chang Sheng's art can transfer pain and suffering between people,
Because she
but
made
it
me lose
cannot
count.
reduce the total amount of pain in the world. It's just like we witnessed. Either Jia Liang feared for Jiang Li's life, or Jiang Li grieved over Jia Liang's sacrifice. I have nothing but the utmost respect for my predecessors, who sacrificed their lives for their principles. But I do not wish to join their ranks, nor do I wish to pass on this contract to anyone else in the future.
Huh? But didn't you already transfer a ton of diseases onto yourself?
What makes a poison poison? And what makes a disease a disease? When it comes down to it, are not both mechanisms that affect the operations of the human body? If disease is defined as deviation from normal functioning, then who knows? Perhaps the true elixir of immortality could in fact be a kind of poison.
Oh
Many
my
may
gosh.
view the notion of searching for immortality in poisons and illnesses as a flagrant violation of the natural order. But to me, it is no different from the way our ancestors tested the medicinal qualities of herbs by sampling each and every one. I don't want those who come after me to lose their lives to this contract. Nor do I wish for Cheng Sheng to perish from losing her host. This leaves only one solution, doesn't it?
You have to come.
Precisely.
Oh, I get it.
I
So
will be Cheng
he
Sheng's final host, and the tradition of passing down the contract will end with me.
wants to live
Even the
forever.
gods of old struggle to achieve true immortality. First you want to save others, then you want to save yourself. Now you even want to save me. You're getting greedy, Baiju.
But isn't wanting to have it all what makes us human? For a selfish moth like me, who's afraid of the flame yet yearns for the light, the only path forward is up towards the moon.
Huh. For once, Paimon just does not know what to say.
Dr. Baiju, Traveler, what are you still chatting about? The food's about to get cold.
We also have coconut milk.
Ooh.
And Paimon. Okay, fine. Let's go grab some food. Paimon has a bunch of burning questions, but they can wait till after we've eaten.
Leave some grub for me.
I do envy Paimon sometimes.
40.
Eating her fill is enough to satisfy her body and mind.
True. And yet, although we call them simple pleasures, are such things as these not precisely why we mortals cling desperately to the life we have?
Not me. 20. Okay, so there's 90. Oh, I need to. I think this is still the Dea side quest that we keep on like starting and stopping. Oh, exploding barrels. We don't have an archer.
Oz, reveal
Oh,
thyself!
wrong button. We might just... Ooh, can we... Oh, that was good. Back to reality. Optical gravity. Where... Oh, there it is.
I hope the others find some.
Seems like we're in luck. That should be their camp right up ahead. Let's go. We'll finally get to the bottom of this ourselves. I'm here to see Kusela. Tell him to get out here.
Tia, why are you here?
Strike a pose! Hey! Go as one!
Haven't you all done enough?
Oh, so are you also here to stop us?
Stay out of this. It's got nothing to do with you.
Wind, hear me.
I can't even see where these guys are. Oh, wrong button.
She's so strong.
Enough fighting. We all know each other, and I don't want to take things too far. Just bring Kusela to me. There's no use hiding him anymore. Did you understand a single word I just said? Or do I need to bash your skull in some more?
All right, everyone, let's all just calm down for a second. Dia, the boss can't come out and see you anymore. He died
He's
a long time ago.
What?
Seems like you've been out of the loop for a while. Guess that's for the best, though. At least, that's what the old man wanted.
When did he die? What happened to him?
A few years ago, Kusela broke up Dakan al-Ahmar and went to the Deshret's Relics headquarters by himself.
So is that when you guys started acting up?
We would prefer to call it taking revenge. Every last person in Deshret's Relics must pay in blood for what they did.
So that's why you turned on each other.
Let me start from the beginning. Dia, do you know how the head of the Relics maintained order internally?
Overwhelming strength and unquestionable authority?
Those were a part of it, yes. But just those on their own weren't enough. They had another tool at their disposal. They called it a person's record. Regardless of whether they joined by their own will or were coerced, every person in Deshret's Relics were forced to leave a record
Welcome back,
of themselves
Blue.
at headquarters. Whether it be their deepest sin,
I hope you had a good Final Fantasy.
act, or their most immoral exploit, the records served both as a symbol of loyalty and the perfect material for blackmail.
So you mean...
That's precisely it. Every one of us have a record. Me, Bashar, Tikriti, and all the boys who grew up with Dia and ended up joining our ranks. But you, Dia, you were never asked to provide a record, were you?
I never even knew this was a requirement.
You were probably the only person in all of Deshret's Relics who didn't know about it.
Damn, how does she stay in the dark?
Boss had been trying to shield you from this organization's sinister rules. Not only that, but he also banned all of us from committing any nefarious acts. He said he'd take care of the dues we had to pay regularly to headquarters. But in the end, he was just an ordinary person. What could he do? He was forced to go to headquarters again and again to account for missed dues and incomplete records. He'd come up with all kinds of excuses and get beaten up as a result.
We all knew he was doing that for you. He wanted to get you out of this world, no matter what it took.
Oh, what a lovely dad.
Became a shell of himself and couldn't walk without a cane.
Wait, but that doesn't make any sense. I didn't know about any of this, and I'd never seen him get injured or beaten.
Because you were too young at the time. How would you ever tell between wounds from a beating and wounds from battle? When you left home after that final argument with him, he seemed to age by a decade overnight. Even his hair went gray.
So, even the blazing beasts were...
Yep. It was all his doing. Had he not arranged them to come to you, you probably would have been reduced to a pulp before you ever left the desert.
A few years ago, Boss said he needed to make another trip to headquarters. He was already pretty weak then, and we all assumed he was going to get beaten again. I suggested that he hand the role of leadership over to me, but he said there was no longer any need, since the Khan al-Ahmar would soon be no more. His words made no sense to me, but that night, we heard that a massive fire tore through headquarters and razed everyone's records to ash.
Oh my gosh.
Everyone gained their freedom that night.
He's just like fucked
Many
up
members
the
fled.
record system.
Not just from our ranks, but from the other brigades as well. But how could we leave with a clear conscience? All of us who knew exactly what had happened.
The boss can't have just died for nothing. Those heartless jerks at headquarters took him from us.
From that point on, the sole purpose of the Khan al-Ahmar became revenge. The big fire that Boss started was quite a blow to headquarters' strength. It's given us the opportunity to launch our attack. Even though we're outnumbered, we vowed to see our revenge through to the very end.
But only Desperate relics have been the victims for your revenge?
There were people from headquarters who changed their names and went into hiding. Some fled to other brigades, and others escaped to the rainforest. But we won't let any of them escape our
Oh
wrath.
my gosh.
They'll all pay for what they've done.
We've suffered plenty of losses as well. To keep going, we need an enormous amount of supplies, from food and medicine to weaponry and explosives. All we can do is exchange our loot from Mora, and then use that to get supplies. We forged Boss's handwriting and sent out many letters to his former friends. Thankfully,
I don't know, revenge doesn't seem like the answer.
we were also able to attract many mercenaries who shared our goal. We've endured unspeakable pain to win many impossible battles. Deshret's relics have become weaker and weaker, and now we finally have an opportunity to directly strike their headquarters.
Paimon doesn't know what to say anymore.
Responding to violence with more... Yeah, this one.
We do know right from wrong, but we were sinners from the very beginning. We do not deserve the freedom that the boss won for us with his life. Boss always loved his old-fashioned hero stories. Those tales about sacrificing yourself to save the world. We used to always laugh at him for it. But in the end, he really went and lived those stories out himself. As for me, I never considered myself a hero.
I can be your hero, baby.
We have no right to even imagine such an existence. But maybe those hero stories he liked foreshadowed everything that was to come. The spirit of the hero touched all those he had saved, and more people joined his cause. Maybe we were all just acting along with the play in the beginning. But as we acted the parts and recited the lines, we were drawn in. And now...
That's how it be sometimes.
...story through to the end. I'm sorry, Dia. I know you always found us insufferable ever since you were young. Just think of this as a madman ranting.
I'll go with you.
Huh? Dia?
Oh?
You want to go with them?
I grew up with these guys, and I know they're not bad people. It's just that some situations get so bad that it's difficult to tell good from evil. All I know is that Deshret's relics must be destroyed. Furthermore, I want to go see the place for myself. I want to know if my father is still there. I know you don't want to get involved in this, so...
There's a good
no
chance
need
they,
to
like,
tag
locked
along.
him up and...
I can do this on my own.
No, I'm coming with you. But first, chat. Oh, excuse me. It is time once again for a self-care ad break. Friends, of course, this means if you've been sitting down for a while, it is time to stand up and have a stretch. Make sure you take care of your body. And of course, friends, if you can't stand up, don't heckin' worry about it. Stay seated, adjust that posture, maybe. And of course, give your eyes a bit of a resty rest. I'm gonna run 3 minutes of ads, get rid of the pre-rolls, have to stream out with discoverability. I'll go get my last coffee of the day, and then I'll be back. Thank you all so heckin' much for hanging out. I appreciate you. I brought myself a snack. I'm on your side, dear.
Paimon feels like we'd only regret it if we don't see this through to the end.
Thank you.
Anyone
We'll
want
be a
some
lot
pizza?
stronger together with you.
I bet Boss would lose his mind if he ever knew you'd join us at the very last moment like this.
Considering all the losses and injuries we sustained, we can't afford to turn down someone as powerful as you.
He can think whatever he wants. But the fact is, I owe him this much.
Desperate Relic's hiding spot. Gotcha. Not for you, sorry. They're all mums. You'd have to convince her.
Is this the entrance? We sure didn't run into much trouble on the way here.
In we go. I don't know.
Wow. Paimon didn't expect it to look like this on the inside.
They should all be holed up in here. Don't know how many people they've got left, though.
Who cares? We'll round up all of them.
Still, we should be careful. Even if they've only got one shot left, it could still take us out.
Yeah, we'll know what they're really capable of once we've landed some hits on them. Deshret's relics may have been a force to be reckoned with before, but their name means nothing now.
Yeah, they don't stand a chance with you here. I'll take the lead. I've been here once before.
I would never rush eating.
You are not welcome.
Buckle up! Illusion shattered!
Strike a pose!
Everyone hold hands. The Temple of Wisdom.
I love how those two work together. It's like, strike a pose, everyone hold hands!
I swear by my sword! There is no escape! Inazuma shines eternal!
Oh, this one's still... Oh my god, they just keep coming!
You're dead meat! Look alive! There is no escape!
Shower me with praise! Let the world come alive!
I see everything. Sharing my knowledge.
This way, follow me. We're almost there.
Hmm?
Wait! They went charging ahead without checking for any traps.
Hey, you guys okay?
Silly
Seems
billies.
like we just got trapped in here. Don't think we triggered anything else.
Watch out, the enemy's coming from ahead.
Well, now that things have come to this, seems we'll have to fight our way through.
Don't worry about us. We knew something like this could happen. Go and take a look around.
Well, you should have checked for traps then. Oh my god.
Let's go. We can't let the boss down.
Let's check if there's another way. The sooner we can make it through to help them, the better.
Let's see. I think I see a way through over there, but it's being blocked by something. Let's try our luck with that mechanism.
Okay, let's go.
Off we go.
Illusion shattered!
Yoo-hoo!
Go as one!
Ha! Wind, hear me.
Another mechanism like the one before, but this one's being blocked off in the middle.
We just need to adjust it a little.
Oh, there we go. Oh wait, no, it wants this one. Oh, no loot. Boo! Give me loot!
There is no escape! Torn to oblivion!
Shower me with praise! Hey! Make yourselves a hoof!
Buckle up!
Let my name echo in song!
Gloves off!
More loot, huge. Mmm. Oh, this one, he needs a purple from over here. And then we change our color.
I wasn't expecting anyone to make it through from the other side. But as a desert dweller, I suppose we should be used to our folks defying all expectations.
Don't waste your breath. You have nowhere to run.
Run? Had I wanted to run, I would have fled 1,000 times already. I witnessed the golden age of Deshret's relics. Even if I could leave this place behind,
You also witnessed their downfall.
now are endless days of humiliation and ruin. Even
Brought it on yourself.
my brothers and I still believe in one thing. The greatest should never live to remember their fall.
So you want to go out in a blaze of glory?
Let us draw our weapons! We will show them the
Yawn.
true power King Deshret bestowed upon his followers. They are but two, while we hold within ourselves the entirety of the relic's glory. Wave 1, charge! Eliminate them!
Strike a pose!
Everyone hold hands. Sharing my knowledge.
Go as one!
Barbados, guide us.
Don't think that you've won. We're just getting started.
Eternal! Yoo-hoo! Let the world come alive!
Testing my patience.
Make yourselves at home.
Meet again. King Deshret will not abandon any one of his followers.
Listen. I think he has, bro.
Brothers! With me, this is where we'll prove our faith.
Do you all just want to die?
None of us plan to leave this place alive!
Alright.
This
Oh.
way, Turtle. The Temple of Wisdom.
Go as one!
I swear by my sword.
The commander has finally fallen.
But they're still coming at us. This place is like a gladiator's ring. They just keep coming no matter how many we beat.
We'll get them eventually. Don't worry
Keep
about it.
fighting! There's no need to fear, and no need to back down! This is our last stand!
When the next wave comes, try to draw away their attacks.
Good luck, Blue. Thank you so much for hanging out. I appreciate you, friend. Have an amazing rest. Oh, reinforcements?
Get out of my way!
Come and face me, Michel! Ugh, so they've broken through the front as well.
Yep.
Apologies, Lord Michal. They fight like absolute madmen. No matter how much we throw at them, they just keep coming for more.
I will. Thank you so much.
So, it would seem like this is the end.
Time to pay for everything you've done, Michel.
You think I would give you that opportunity? I will be buried in the sand alongside all the rest of our fading glory.
Oh, he's gonna press the self-destruct button.
Hey, wait!
We were too late.
It's over. There's no more need to fight. But if you're still going to cling on to your so-called mercenary's pride, then I'll give you all a good beating as well.
Hey, Dia! I found the mechanism. I'll get you all back up here right away.
Let's go.
Oh, upbeat.
Who are you filthy rats? And why are you always pestering us?
You call yourself a member of the infamous Deshret's relics and you still can't even tell who's made it all the way to your headquarters?
Who knows what intent a bunch of rats may have?
We try to catch a couple, and you all just show up on the other side instead. How are we supposed to figure out what you're after?
Hey, have you ever heard of a man by the name of Kusela?
Why would I know? It's not like I'm in charge or anything.
This is your last chance to talk.
Hey, I said I don't know anything. I'm just an average member here. I'm telling the truth. If you're here to find someone, why don't you look through the records yourselves? Who can remember every name and face with so many people coming in and out every day?
He's not wrong.
The irony. His life became a light for so many, yet to others, it wasn't even worth remembering. Where's the records room? Answer me!
It's right over there. All the files are in there. You can go through them as much as you want. It's not like any of them still matter anyway.
I mean the old records room.
The old records room? You mean the one that got burned down? Kusela. Ah, yeah, I remember him now. The guy who could hardly walk.
Watch your mouth. That's our boss you're talking about.
He was definitely faking it. We all let our guard down as soon as we saw him come hobbling in. But in the short time it supposedly took him to take a dump, he'd already gotten away and started a fire in the records room.
He's a wily old man.
Outrun us if he wasn't a fraud. And after that, Deshret's relics fell into complete disarray.
Stop wasting our time. Every one of us here is perfectly aware of what he had done. Tell me, where is the old records room?
It's just over there. Go see it for yourself if it means that much to you. There's nothing left in there but ashes. No human could ever survive that kind of inferno.
Bashar, Tikriti, let's go. We'll leave the others here to guard these guys. Spare them no mercy if they try anything.
Off we go.
So, this was his final destination. How did he do it? Getting past all the guards with a limp and sneaking in here to start a fire? If he was nimble enough to do that, then he must have been able to get out of here after starting the fire, right?
Maybe?
I'm sorry. I know it's just wishful thinking. Let's look around. Maybe we can find something that's been left behind.
Is this a cane?
It is.
Must be the one that Dia's father used.
Kusela.
Thanks for everything, boss.
We're fortunate to somehow find that cane after that fire.
Let's split up and look around some more.
How did he make so much fire? Did he also have a...
But what else could survive a fire?
A vision?
Huh?
Oh?
Hmm?
Ooh, sick. A cane sword.
So...
Wait! Isn't that the toy sword you played with as a child?
The dragon is no more, for Princess Dia has slain it. Its head now hangs above the city gates. Her bravery has brought eternal peace and prosperity to us all. Dia, come on. This is the most important line.
You can do it.
But Dia, you defeated the dragon. Everyone's waiting for your speech. Still too shy, huh? All right, I'll do it.
Oh, he looks so happy.
Proclaim our victory. Evil shall plague us no more.
Mm-hmm.
hereby proclaim our victory.
Hell yeah, dear.
Evil shall plague us no more, Dad.
Ooh, we're in a loading screen.
What's this?
We got you some snacks on Paimon's tab.
Remember? You asked Paimon what she would do if she were to wake up tomorrow with loads of money. And Paimon said that she would get boatloads of tasty snacks. You looked super confused at the time, but said it was an adorable thing to say. These opportunities don't come by often. So today, Paimon's gonna treat you to a special crash course on Paimon's life philosophy.
Oh my god, she really spends her allowance on other people.
Hey, come on! Paimon's not that stingy. Anyway, the point is that you should eat to your heart's content. You'll feel better for sure once you've gotten something in your tummy. Dunyarzad will also be here shortly. She's already heard that we're back.
Aw, thanks, you two. Honestly, this is very unlike me. I just had a lot on my mind on our way back.
That's reasonable.
I didn't know what to say.
You were doing a big thing.
My chest was filled with all kinds of intense emotions. They just shook me even more than all the feelings we've shared during our previous adventures. But when everything came to an end, those emotions also vanished without a trace, and I was left feeling more empty than ever before. It was as if I'd lost the thing that was most important to me.
Well, you did just lose your dad.
Yeah, you're right. To many mercenaries, Mora is the most important thing in the world. But perhaps to us, it's the most worthless thing of all. Idrisi and the others all used to say that they would quit if there was no Mora to be had. But when it came to avenging my father, there was no Mora to be made anywhere. My reality shattered when I found out that the father who always told me hero stories was in fact a bad guy. But look at me now. Am I any different? Despite all my promises about never forgiving him and never trying to understand him, I still went to such lengths to find out the truth, and nearly even shed tears for his sake. We're hypocrites, all of us.
You should never question your true feelings, though.
Yeah, you're right. It's just a pity that we often only recognize our true feelings after it's already too late.
You're back! Are all of you alright?
Ah, there she is.
Yeah. Many people from the Corps of 30 came over, and I just wrapped up everything with my dad. All I can do now is wait for their verdict. Huh? Dia, you're looking quite down again.
Paimon will explain. A lot happened while we were gone.
I'm sorry. I really should have controlled my emotions better. I just...
It's all right, my lady. You were hurt by all of this as well. Truth be told, I'm starting to feel a little guilty watching you cry like this.
But Dia, your pain must be even worse. You shouldn't need to comfort me.
Hey, don't worry about me. If anything, this whole thing has finally shown me the difference between illusion and reality. My father probably thought that people could settle into new lives as long as they moved to a new environment. That thought has even crossed my mind a few times. It's like saying, what's wrong with adapting to a new life? However, there was always something deep within my mind that refused to accept it. This impulse brought me great turmoil, and even made me feel ashamed for turning my back on your father's kindness. But now that I consider it again, it all makes sense. The desert sands are a part of who I am, and I will never be able to lead a peaceful existence.
I understand how you feel.
That doesn't mean I won't be making any changes to my life, though. As an example, I'm now thinking about taking on some small odd jobs.
Ooh,
it's just like
really?
Idrisi said. I also want to catch up to my father and become a character in his play. Even if the ending of the story may be childish and ridiculous, it won't really matter.
Isn't that neat, though? Oh, you'll be a whole new kind of mercenary, one that's not out for Mora.
You?
Why don't we go for a change of scenery once we finish eating? What about stopping by the Grand Bazaar again?
Right. You said you wanted to get a rug for your family.
We'll come along too.
It's always more fun when everyone's together.
I can't thank you enough for taking care of me this entire time.
I think we can quick travel over here, get to the bazaar faster. Oh, Shadow's off yelling at someone. Oh, oh. Almost fell. I don't think this is the right door. Yeah, this is way more familiar.
Oh, this rug here is quite something. The craftsmanship is exquisite, and the fabric is also of high quality.
Ah, here you are. Finally, I found you.
Hey! Aren't you that mercenary who bit his tongue? You can still talk? Wait, are you here to take revenge on us?
What are you talking about? Do I look like I could take you all in a fight? I just came here to give you something. I'll be on my way to give myself up to the Corps after this. Once I woke up, I hurried to the Khan al-Ahmar's camp, hoping to alert them to your presence. But when I got there, I found no one except the members who were still too injured to move.
Ah, so you probably got there after us.
Yeah, they told me that they had exacted their revenge, and everyone had turned themselves in to the authorities. Even that last camp was not going to last for much longer. I had joined the cause to repay an old favor from Kusela.
Is he just like got being punched in the mouth?
I might as well do the same. One of the injured members gave this box to me, and told me that it contained some of the old man's last possessions. Everything left in the camp will get confiscated, so I figured I should get this to you before the Corps could get their hands on it.
Thank you.
No worries. We are all just living our own truths. There's no need to comment or judge anyone for it.
So this box contains everything that Dia's father left behind. Huh. It feels lighter than expected.
Well, back in the day, the first thing he did with any Mora was spend it on things like drinks and meat. But let's see what's inside. What's this? It's just a bunch of junk.
Is it though?
Ugh, it kinda stinks.
Perhaps it's just been left unopened for too long.
A handwritten copy of a storybook. The paper's already yellowed, and it looks like it's about to fall apart. It was against the Academia's rules to possess books for personal use. If he was going to break that rule, he could have at least copied something useful.
That probably means this was really important to him.
Ah, and here are a few bags of children's snacks. The packaging's completely deteriorated. Maybe that's where the smell was coming from.
Did he get those for you?
Yeah, but here's the thing, though. Even when I was a child, I was never a fan of these kinds of snacks. He'd always say that he got them for me, but in the end, he always ate more than I ever did. Who even leaves snacks in a box like this anyway? Isn't that just common sense? Forget it. Let me see what else is in here. A razor, some buttons, some round iron tiles, a wooden toy puppet, a wool scarf, which from the looks of it probably belonged to a woman, and a hair clip? Why are these things here?
Is that your mom?
I'm suddenly feeling a little scared.
I'm sorry, my lady, but this is just the kind of man he was. He probably saw this box as some kind of personal trash heap and dumped any and everything in there. 2 empty liquor bottles. Tell me, you guys, are these the kinds of things that a normal person would leave behind?
What an interesting man.
There's something in the bottle!
Oh, you're right. All right, I got it out. It seems to be a piece of paper with some writing on it. The bottom part's all damaged from moisture, though. Let's hope the writing didn't smudge. I was suddenly seized with an urge to write a letter after finishing this bottle. I just folded it up and left it in the bottle, though. If I end up forgetting about it, it won't really matter. To Dia. It's a letter for me?
Oh? You don't need to read it out loud.
It's all right. I'll just read it out. If he went to the trouble of writing a letter, there must have been some important things that he wanted to say. Or at least record down.
My condition's becoming worse and worse. Can't even walk without a cane anymore, much less go out and have fun. Guess I don't have many days left. If you're reading this letter, then I suppose I'm already long gone. You were adorable as a baby. Everyone loved you. And regardless of whether you were crying or laughing, everyone enjoyed having you in the group. But once you grew a bit older, you were no longer nearly as happy or cute. It's probably the guy's fault.
Can you believe this guy? He can point the finger at himself.
Anyway, back to the point. To summarize, I'm writing this so you would know not to feel sad for me, even if you end up finding out the truth. The reason being that I was never your father to begin with.
Oh?
Wait, what?
Surely, he must be joking, right?
I don't know.
I was quite formidable when I was young, and 100 times cooler than some so-called flame main. Really felt like the whole world was under my feet. With just a teeny tiny bit of effort, I felt I could rule over the entire desert. But as fate would have it, I went out into the desert for a drink one day and discovered a baby in the sands. It was you were just lying there, small and helpless. You were so tiny that if the wind blew for just a little while longer, you would have been buried forever. But your cries were so loud they made my head hurt. Now that I think of it, you really were a bundle of energy.
Sounds like he's serious.
I told Idrisi and the others that I had slipped up with a woman while out and about. None of them even doubted me. I'm sorry that I had to lie to them for so long, but I really had no other choice.
Could you not have just
I was
said,
their most esteemed leader,
hey,
after all. I'd like I to just
Temptations?
tell them that I suddenly wanted
welcome
to
on in,
be
friend?
father.
Oh, your name was weirdly cut off in my chat. I hope you're having a
This
most
night I'll
amazing time
drink up
zone,
all the
friend.
liquor I just drank from this bottle. Anyway, Dia, you possess the kind of freedom and kindness that we could only dream of. As far as how you should live your life, that'll be up to you to decide.
That's the end of the letter. In the end, he was still thinking of me as a little child.
Isn't that a good thing? No?
I suppose. Or I would have suffocated under the sand a long time ago.
He was a good father to you. The fact that he wasn't a blood relative doesn't change that.
Yeah.
True.
It's just
that.
a pity that we had to learn the truth of everything like this.
Do you already have some ideas about the decision that he wanted you to make?
I do. If he first found me alone in the sands, then I want to try my hand at finding the person who abandoned me. I just have one wish. To tell them a story. That there once existed a childish and foolish jerk with a heart of gold. And that only under his care was I able to grow and mature into the person I am today.
If you end up finding any leads, can you share them with us? We go on adventures all the time. Maybe we'll be able to find some information for you.
Maybe.
Sure, I appreciate it. I wasn't expecting you to be so enthusiastic.
Also don't want to see his efforts go to waste.
I'll help too.
Thank you. All of you. Thank you so much. My life has certainly had its twists and turns, but I've always considered myself lucky. Because no matter where I've gone, I've always been surrounded by incredible kindness.
Everywhere you go, I'll come running. Hell yeah. One more quest finished. I think this is Liney's quest. Everywhere you go, I will bring you around. Wait, is it old space? Weird, I accidentally changed the language on my keyboard.
Hey, isn't that Charlotte?
Hi, Charlotte.
So you believe that this warning letter was sent by the Phantom Weasel?
Absolutely. I've said it before and I'll say it again. The Phantom Weasel never acts as you expect. He must have faked his own death 10 years ago using a body double. Now that he's back, I'm sure the guards who worked on his case back in the day are in for a headache, but however this turns out in the end, the one thing is boring.
Ah,
Couldn't agree
frick,
more.
that was...
As a journalist,
I've got a pain in my heel, chat.
out of this one. Thank you, sir, for your time. Now, whom should I interview next? Huh? Hey! What a coincidence! Fancy meeting you here.
Hi, Charlotte.
Perfect timing. So, the Phantom Weasel's latest warning letter. What are your thoughts?
The what?
Yeah, this is the first time we're hearing of this one. Could you clue us in?
Huh? Oh, sorry. Yes, this case is from a decade ago. I guess you wouldn't know about it. Well, not to worry. You're in good hands because I'm a professional. The story goes like this.
When it goes
10 or so years ago, a phantom thief became active in the court of Fontaine. Known only as the Weasel. Nobody knew his true identity, and the
Phantom
authorities never
thieves?
managed to catch him.
Wow, cool! He sounds like one of those
Someone go tell Kurapika.
night burglars that you read about in novels.
Precisely. Well, except the part where they actually have a good reputation. Our weasel targeted whatever people held dear, and no one was safe from his predations.
What? What a dumb thing to
Necklace from a rich
steal.
merchant's safe, as he would a toy doll given to a commoner child for their birthday.
Rude.
I know. The phantom thieves you read about in novels rob the rich to pay the poor, but this guy did not discriminate. Unsurprisingly, this didn't work wonders for his public reputation. Every man and his dog wanted to see him behind bars.
Yeesh. So, did they catch him?
Not exactly. There's a good chance that the weasel would still be at large to this day if it hadn't been for an accident 10 years ago. A magician named Caesar fell to his death in a botched high-altitude escape performance.
Ooh.
When the police went through his personal effects, they found a hoard of stolen loot and gadgets used for criminal activities. And that was how the Phantom Weasel's identity was revealed to all. Sure enough, thefts in Fontaine went down after Caesar's death. But today, 10 years on, the notorious thief has once again issued one of his warning letters and pasted it on the gate of the Opera Epiclese for all to see. I had to squeeze through the crowd this morning to get a photo as soon as I heard. Here, it's this one.
Oh my gosh.
So, this is the warning letter, huh?
That's like really dodgily put together.
Now, when evening falls, I shall take from you that which you hold most dear at the Opera House, just as you did to me 10 years ago.
This is, without a doubt, a clear declaration of criminal intent. After years of laying low, the Phantom Weasel is back with a vengeance. What once seemed like an open and shut case has been blown wide open again. But why has he reemerged now, and what does he want? I sense an epic scoop, and I'm going for it.
Uh-oh. If this thief will steal anything that other people value, does that mean even we might be targeted?
Oh, he might steal all your favorite snacks, Paimon.
Really? Oh, let him try. In fact, Paimon's gonna eat all her snacks right now. Let's see what he can do about that.
Okay.
Oh my god.
Spoken. It's clear that the public are very concerned about the Phantom Weasel's reappearance. Let's see, I've got a photo of the letter, my interview notes. Yep, that should be enough to form the skeleton of my article.
Why is this about Liney and we started with Charlotte, though?
Something exclusive. Who should I interview next? I need someone with a more concrete connection to the Weasel. Is that who I think it is?
Linny!
Looks like he's performing some magic.
Magic. Magician. Caesar! The Phantom Weasel! That's it! Let's go interview Linny! You see, the original Phantom Thief Caesar was a magician too! And what do Phantom Thieves and magicians have in common? They both have an air of mystery about them. Perhaps there's a connection there.
Are you serious? What sort of a deduction is that?
Oh, relax. My journalistic instinct tells me that an exclusive news story is beckoning. Let's go.
Probably not the one you're thinking of. Linny.
Wow, Mr. Magician! How did you know which card I picked?
Oh, it's simple. Come closer and I'll let you in on my secret. Magicians have a special skill called telepathy, which means we can read other people's minds.
Really? Then, what am I thinking now?
Well, first you need to relax, because I can see that you're clenching your fist in your mind, as if to say, no, I mustn't let him guess it.
Aww.
And now you're getting a little flustered. You're trying to find a way to empty your mind, to think of nothing at all. But the more you try to hide a secret, the easier it'll come out. You snuck out from home today, didn't you? You told your family a little lie so you could come out and play.
Oh, damn.
Now, that's not a good habit.
You can tell? Oh boy, you really can read my mind.
Of course. Oh, and that's the end of my performance. You should really be heading home. Remember to apologize to your family, all right? They must be worried about you.
All right, got it. Bye, Mr. Magician.
Am I? I think I've put the wrong size needle on these.
Hey, Linny?
Why, hello. We meet again. Are you looking for me? What's the situation?
Well, why don't you guess, Mr. Telepathic?
Oh, please. You didn't believe that spiel, did you? The power of telepathy is quite beyond me.
I'm sure that child would beg to differ. Seemed like you were right on the money.
That was nothing more than a little trickery. I made an educated guess based on his micro-expressions. That, plus the fact that he was the only kid here without his parents, and he looked as guilty as sin. He made it easy for me. You guys, on the other hand... Let me guess. Don't tell me you're here for the Phantom Weasel, are you?
Wow.
Oh, good guess.
Got it in one. Is this more of your trickery at work?
Wait, really? No trickery this time. It was pure luck. His warning letter's been the talk of the town, so I figured that maybe you were asking around about that.
Bingo! I plan on writing a column reporting on the latest news about the Phantom Weasel. So, Linny, what are your thoughts on this infamous thief's reappearance?
To be honest, it makes me angry.
Angry? Why?
You read his letter, right? The Phantom Weasel claims he's planning something in 3 nights' time at the Opera House. That's the night I'll be performing there.
Ooh.
Huh. What are the chances? Wait a minute, you don't think he's after you, do you?
Uh-oh.
Well, if he is, then his warning is clearly a direct challenge to me personally. And if he's not, then it's still going to be a huge headache for me. The mere mention of the Weasel's name is enough to scare people off. So once the contents of that letter get out, barely anyone will be showing up to watch my show. But I've been preparing for this for a long time. I'm not about to let him ruin my big
I'm gonna
day.
come to your show, don't worry.
This leaves me with only one choice. I have to expose the Phantom Weasel's identity before the show begins.
Really? So what you're saying is, we might get to see a live duel between a famous magician and an infamous thief? Wow, this has exclusive written all over it!
To be honest, I'm not sure if I'll emerge the victor. The Phantom Weasel is a notorious crook, infamous for his inscrutable methods.
You're being far too modest, Linny. I think your magic tricks are even more inscrutable than those of a thief.
Thanks for the compliment, though I have to say I don't care much for the comparison. A lot of people liken magicians to thieves because we both have the ability to make things disappear without the person noticing. But there's an important difference that these people overlook. Allow me to
Magicians
demonstrate with a
don't
quick
steal.
magic trick. Here, I have a flower, just an ordinary flower that was picked not long ago. Watch it carefully now. 3, 2, 1.
It's gone!
Where'd it
That's the
go?
question. Where did it go? Therein lies the difference between us. Thieves make precious things disappear, but only magicians make them reappear. If I could now invite you all to check your clothes, there might be a surprise in there somewhere.
Oh, surprises. I love those.
A surprise? Let me see!
Huh?
It's right there! But how? You haven't moved this whole time!
What an outstanding trick! Sorry, Linny, it seems that my previous praise was woefully inadequate. Clearly, magic is the superior art form to theft.
Don't worry, I didn't take offense. I just wanted to take the opportunity to perhaps change some of the preconceived notions you might have.
Hell
about
yeah.
magicians.
Don't get angry, get
Since Caesar's
teachy.
death, a lot of people associate magicians with criminality. It can be quite frustrating.
I can imagine. Coming going back to your trick just now, might I presume that you are well versed in floral symbolism? For example, magicians often use rainbow roses in their flower-related performances to represent passion and romantic encounters. But you used a Lumidu spell, which, if I'm not mistaken, allude to separations. I'm curious to know if there was any deeper meaning behind this choice?
Impressive knowledge. It's no wonder you're such a successful journalist. But I'm afraid I don't know the first thing about floral symbolism. I'm just in the habit of using Lumidu spells in my magic. It sounds like something I should look into, though. I'll buy myself a copy of Fontaine's Floral Language Facts when I have some time. But it'll have to wait until this phantom weasel business is behind us.
Well noted. In that case, this brings us to the end of our interview. I, for one, am looking forward to the final showdown between you and the thief. Please feel free to get in touch to update me on any further developments. Otherwise, I will of course see you at your show in 3 days' time, but let's hope the Phantom Weasel is caught by then. If there's nothing else, I'll be off. You've given me lots to work with here, and I've got no time to lose.
Bye,
if I wanna write an
Charlotte.
exclusive piece.
Good luck.
See you all later.
So, Lenny, are you gonna tell us how you did that flower trick now?
Magician's code.
I'm afraid that's my little secret.
Aww. Well, magicians are entitled to their secrets. But Paimon's really itching to know how it's done. You feel it too, right? So itchy.
Are you sure you'll be able to handle them?
Not so itchy then, huh? Well, since you're so concerned, how would you like to serve as my temporary magician's assistants and help me investigate?
Sure, bet.
Magician's assistants? Oh, that sounds fun! Assistants are technically magicians too! Also, it'll bring us one step closer to figuring out how that darn trick is done! Shall we go for it?
We'll help you with your investigation.
Excellent. Thank you for putting your trust in moi. The first thing we need to look into is who Caesar really was. If he truly was the Phantom Weasel, that means that the weasel is dead, and whoever wrote this warning letter is just a copycat criminal. But if he wasn't the weasel? Well, that'll make things more interesting. It would mean that the weasel lives, and he's been laying low all this time in some corner of Fontaine. And if we're investigating Caesar, his fiancée Gemma is a good place to start. Word is that she visits the cemetery often, so I asked Lynette to wait for her there. We should make a move. Let's go and rendezvous with Lynette.
Okay. Oh, we got an accessory. We'll get a here first. Get those rewards. And then we'll zoom off to Lynette.
Ad Astra Ab. Thank you for complete. Ad Astra.
I think we have to go to this one. But chat, before we continue on, it is once again time for a self-care ad break. Friends, this of course means it's time to stand up, move your body around and have a stretch if you've been sitting down for a while. And of course, if you can't stand up, friends, that's so okay. Just like maybe adjust your posture, have a little bit of a screen break for a while. I'm gonna run 3 minutes of ads, get rid of the pre-rolls of the stream out with discoverability. And then I'll be right back after those. Thank you all so much for hanging out. I appreciate your presence. Hello, I have returned. We continue on.
Onwards. We have work to do.
I heard Eugene. Oh, off to the graveyard. Hi, Liney. Lynette. Ooh,
You
wrong
took
twin.
your time. Sorry, I bumped into the Traveler and Charlotte en route, and we ended up chatting for a while.
It's been a while, Lynette. We're working as Lenny's temporary assistants in the investigation of the Phantom Weasel.
Thank you. It's good to have you helping.
So, what's the situation? Have you seen Gemma?
Nope. I've been here a while, and she still hasn't shown up.
How bizarre. Maybe it was bad intel. Well, we won't get anywhere by standing around waiting. Traveler, Paimon, let's go ask around.
Roger that. Hello, friend.
Excuse me, good sir. Do you by any chance know a Gemma?
Gemma? You mean Caesar's fiance?
Yep.
Sure I do. What's this about?
I'm just trying to get a hold of her because I need her help with something. I heard she comes here a lot.
Yeah, she does. Poor thing. It's no secret why either. She's heartsick. Ever since Caesar passed away, she's been coming here once every week to clean his grave. Often she just sits there in front of his headstone, lost in thought.
Oh, poor
Sometimes
girl.
she talks to herself. I asked her what she was doing once. She said she wanted to speak to him again. She knows he's gone and can't hear her from the grave, but she just likes to spend time there, telling her fiancé all about how her life is going.
And she's been doing this ever since Caesar passed away? Oh, so 10 years. Wow. Your love must have been really strong.
I'll bet. Caesar's reputation fell apart after his identity was revealed, so no one else visits his grave. Gemma's the only one who still thinks about him after all these years. I don't know if the mind lives on in the waters after death, but if it does, I'm sure Caesar must be grateful to have someone who remembers him fondly. If I'm honest, I think this is all so unfair to poor Gemma. Her fiancé was a low-life crook. He doesn't deserve someone like her. Anyway, all of that said, she's running later than usual today. Normally, she'd be sitting in front of his grave by now. I wonder if she's okay. Well, that's everything I know, I'm afraid. You might have more luck asking some other people.
Alright. Maybe we'll go
All
ask
right,
some other
well,
people
thanks
then.
for sharing all of this with us. We'll keep asking around.
I agree. Thank you.
You're welcome. I just hope she'll be able to move on one day.
Did you hear the news? They're saying the Phantom Weasel's back.
You're kidding. Wait, isn't he dead?
I don't know anymore. All sorts of news flying around nowadays. I can never tell what's true and what isn't. But what if, just hypothetically, I mean, what if this weasel's the real deal and Caesar was framed?
Called it. Seriously, 10 years ago, on the day it all went down, I said to myself, you know what? This guy's been set up. The Caesar I knew was a good guy. He gave balloons to children on the
Sure.
street, for Pete's sake. What, are we supposed to believe that he was a balloon thief or something? Give me a break.
Oh, please. Weren't you the one cursing his name to high heaven when the police announced the news? You were all, that gosh darn lousy son of a, you think you know a guy, or words to that effect.
Wait, did I say that? I don't seem to recall.
A likely story.
Hello there. Sorry for disturbing you, but I couldn't help but notice you were discussing the Phantom Weasel. We're actually quite interested in this topic as well, but we're struggling to get to the bottom of it. Do you think you could spare a moment to tell us a little bit about Caesar?
You've come to the right people. Yep, I was there. Back when Caesar used to perform magic tricks on the street. He was a great magician. The best trick I ever saw him do was pop a transparent balloon, only for a whole bunch of doves to fly out from the inside. I was right up close and didn't blink or look away once. But for the life of me, I still don't have the faintest clue how he pulled it off. Really incredible stuff.
I saw him perform too. He always used to bring some gifts along for the kids who came to watch his show, and he'd hand them out after he was done. Sometimes he even got the kids to write their wishes down, and then he'd make the items on the wish list appear in his next show.
Cute.
He doesn't sound like such a bad guy.
But after he died, there were also rumors that he used the wish list to find out what was precious to people, with the intent to steal it later. As I'm sure you know, the Phantom Weasel would steal just about anything from anyone.
Whatever the case, now that the Weasel is back, Caesar's become a hot topic once more. I bet Gemma must be pleased. If Caesar's name gets cleared, maybe it'll finally give her some solace after all this time. Oh, speak of the devil. That's her over there.
Oh, there she
If
is.
you've got any more questions about Caesar, she's definitely the one to ask.
That's why we're here.
So that's Gemma. Is it just Paimon, or does it look like something's wrong? Wait, it looks like she's injured. Come on, let's see if she's okay.
Oh, we do have several healers with us.
Hi there. You're Gemma, right?
Who's asking?
Don't be afraid, we mean no harm.
Be not afraid.
Looks like you're injured. How bad is it?
Thanks for your concern, but you didn't answer my question. Who are you, and what do you want with me?
My name is Linny, and this is my sister Lynette.
My name's Paimon, and this here's the Traveler. We're investigating the Phantom Weasel.
The Weasel posted a warning letter this morning. If he still lives, that means that Caesar was falsely accused. You knew Caesar better than anyone else. So if you're willing, we'd love to hear what you think about all this.
Oh.
I promise you can trust us. We won't hurt you. In fact, we'll do all we can to keep you safe.
I never believed that he was the Weasel.
Huh. I suspected as much. Okay, so going back 10 years, do you remember anything strange in the weeks leading up to the accident? Did Caesar have a falling out with anyone, for instance?
No, not that I know of.
Got it. All right, sorry for disturbing you.
If you don't have any more questions, please leave.
Is that really all he wanted to ask of her? Not a very thorough investigation.
Judging by the look on her face, there's definitely something fishy about her.
She's lying. She definitely knows something.
Perhaps she simply doesn't trust us.
That's fair. We're just a bunch of strangers who showed up and started questioning her about things that happened.
Respectfully, I'm the Traveler. I'm pretty sure she knows about me.
Wary around us. In any case, I doubt we'll get any further here, so let's call it a day. Meet me outside Hotel de Boer tomorrow, and then we'll start the next step of our plan.
All right. Eight in the morning.
It's time to move on. We shouldn't stay here.
Girl, you just stood in the one place for like 12 hours. That's like the last coffee of today, unfortunately. Oh, there he is. Hello.
Over here.
Lynette's not joining us today?
I've had her follow Gemma and see if we can make any inroads with her. They should be at a cafe right now. Still, I don't think that Gemma's likely to open up to us.
Probably not.
So, we need a contingency plan.
And that is...
Today, we'll be looking into a guy named Lorenzo, Caesar's former pupil and assistant. When Caesar passed away, all the stolen goods discovered in his home were confiscated and returned to their rightful owners. But Lorenzo was the only one privy to all his magic secrets, and he inherited his craft. Before long, Lorenzo was the next big magician in town, his fame surpassing even that of his master, and it made him very wealthy. He's since left the magic scene, though, and these days, he's a wealthy businessman with his fingers in a lot of different pies. I had to pull a lot of strings, but I managed to get him to agree to a couple of drinks with me. Be warned, though, I hear he's got a hair-triggered temper. We'd best be careful.
I'm putting even odds on this guy being the real Phantom Weasel. And he has framed his partner for it so he could, like, get out of the business.
You neglected to mention that you were bringing 2 other people with you.
My apologies. These 2 are my assistants. When they heard that I was meeting with the former magic maestro himself, they begged and pleaded with me to bring them along. And if it's no trouble, a couple of autographs would really make their day.
Oh, forget the pleasantries, just sit.
Oh, he really is just a jerk.
Get a load of this guy. Forget the pleasantries, he says, but he looks pretty happy about Lenny stroking his ego.
I only agreed to meet since we're both magicians. Do me a favor and cut to the chase. I have more important things to do than drinking.
Much obliged, sir. As it happens, the matter I want to address is also related to magic. Yesterday morning, a warning letter from the Phantom Weasel appeared on the entrance to the Opera House. He claims to be planning something for the same evening that I'm scheduled to do a magic show there. As such, I believe that I may well be his target. I have to get to the bottom of this to ensure that my show can go ahead as planned. Naturally, any investigation into the Weasel starts with a few questions about Caesar, who...
What is there to investigate? Caesar was the Weasel and he's been dead for 10 years. So what if some sick creep thought it'd be funny to write a warning letter? It changes nothing. Are you trying to tell me you actually bought it?
We're taking
Please,
precautions,
sir.
sir.
No need to get so worked up. I do concede that a copycat is but one possibility.
Possibility? It's a fact, Linny. Look, my patience is limited, so listen carefully while I'm still willing to put up with you. The Weasel is dead. Period.
Nope.
Everyone knows that, so
The
do
Weasel is
yourself
standing
a
in front of
favor
us.
and quit this investigation. It'll lead you nowhere. Look, if this affects your magic show in any way, I will personally compensate you for any losses.
Oh, sir, I'm honored, really. But this isn't about finances for me. My pride as a magician is what's at stake here, Lorenzo. Copycat or not, this person has thrown me the gauntlet, and I must meet their challenge head on.
Your pride? Don't mince words with me, boy. Just tell me, what exactly are you seeking to do?
I want to find out the Phantom Weasel's true identity. I have to know for myself what really happened 10 years ago.
What would that accomplish? And what do the events of 10 years ago have to do with you, anyway? Look, you of all people should know that a magician never reveals their secret.
I think he's a bit worried.
In any case, dead men don't talk. So if you really care about your magician's pride, then you'll forget about Caesar and move on.
Nope.
Uh-oh. This is getting awkward.
Lorenzo? Is that? Oh, it is you! I know that big, booming voice anywhere. What's up, my man?
Who's
You wanna
this?
grab a drink with me?
Another day, I'm busy.
Oh, come on. You can't be all business all the time. You know what they say? Live fast, die young.
Live fast,
You
die.
gotta kick back and relax once in a while.
If I wanted your life advice, I'd ask for it. Now get out of my face and go be drunk somewhere else.
Sorry, my good sir. I don't believe I've had the pleasure.
Oh, hey! Edmondo. He and I are business pals. We worked together a bunch of times. This is your first time meeting him? Oh, he's always like this. Foul-mouthed and hard-nosed. Never heard a kind word out of this guy the whole time I've known him. And he wonders why he can't get a girlfriend, despite being, what, pushing 40, 30, something? Anyway, point is, a lot older than when he first got rejected by the girl he was into.
Oh, well, it was the lady.
Shut up and get out of my face. Another word out of you and you can forget about doing business with me ever again. Do I make myself clear?
Sorry, I may have had a little too much to drink. All right, I'm gonna leave. Don't work too hard.
I think it's high time I made a move as well. If you really want to investigate this, Linny, be my guest. But if nothing good comes of it, don't say I didn't warn you.
Oh.
Well, that fell to pieces in a rather spectacular fashion. Any thoughts?
I think we have a lead.
Totally. And what was all that about compensating you for your losses? Why would someone you just met make an offer like that? He's gotta be hiding something. And not like Gemma. She was a little suspicious, but this guy's definitely covering something up.
I think so too. We need to look into Lorenzo more closely. That guy Edmondo seems to know a thing or two about him. He only just left. Let's see if we can catch up with him.
Alright. I almost went to pick up my coffee again. Oh, I shouldn't have gone that way. He's definitely peeing or puking into the garden there.
You okay there?
Who are you? Oh, it's you guys. Don't worry about me. I must have had one too many. I just need to ride it out. I say way too much back there, didn't I?
You should definitely get some water,
Talked
sir.
myself into complete financial ruin. Note to self, no more drunken chats when Lorenzo's around.
So he was serious about threatening to cut you off? Ugh, Paimon knew he was a bad egg.
Hey!
I agree.
Keep your voice down. Don't go prying into Lorenzo's personal affairs. Bad things happen to people who ask too many questions or make an enemy out of him.
He is a former
Bad things.
criminal,
Don't
after all.
even ask. I'm sorry. I'm gonna have to cut this conversation short. I'm not crossing that line again. And take it from me, trouble with Lorenzo is one thing you don't need in your life. You some flare up back there.
Lorenzo is nothing. Lenny is connected to like
Clearly, it touched a nerve.
Snake and fucking what are them? The Fatui.
You're
That's
too
it.
young for this. Don't get in over your head. I'm leaving.
Exit stage left.
And there he goes. What do we do now, Lenny?
Shh. I think we're being watched. Someone was listening in to our whole conversation. Don't say anything and don't look back. Any altercation in the city will attract the guards. We better take this elsewhere.
Look back. Wait, where are we going? Oh, here. That's very far out of the city. Is there anybody out there feeling something?
You followed us a long way. Why don't you come out and introduce yourselves?
Oh.
So you're Lenny. And where's your sister? Ain't she with you today? Save us the
Mm,
trouble and
nope.
go fetch her for us. Let's not drag this out.
Paimon doesn't like the tone of your voice, mister. Who sent you, huh?
Save your questions, missy. You ain't gonna need answers where you're going. Capiche?
Respectfully.
Can't avoid this fight. Now, I'm not the strongest fighter, so I hope you're ready to back me up.
Lenny, you sell yourself short.
Don't worry, we got this.
Shine down!
Yoo-hoo! Hey,
What about we hit them with the power of 3 gods and the Knight Captain?
Curses. They're tougher than we thought.
Vision wielders are always trouble. Intimidation ain't gonna work like it did on the lady.
Come on, let's scram!
You hurt the lady? Oh, I'm coming for your blood, bro.
oh, they got away! Did you catch what they said just before they left? Something about intimidating someone else. Sounds like they just wanted to rough us up as a scare tactic, and they've already done it to someone else, but who?
Could it be Gemma?
You're right. She was injured when we saw her yesterday, and she acted like she had something to hide. Maybe she was too scared to tell us the truth because those guys had threatened her.
Well, if that's the case, she should be more willing to open up to us once she learns that those thugs won't be bothering her anymore. Let's head back to the cafe and see if we can get any information from her.
Oh, good idea. Tippy.
Gemma?
You again. What is it this time?
We just ran into the men who've been threatening you, and we gave them a taste of their own medicine. So, you can relax now. We're here to protect you.
What? Why? I didn't tell you anything. Why would they come after you?
Sounds like they're no strangers to you.
They're no strangers to love.
That's putting it mildly. I know them all too
You know
well,
the rules.
and I hate
and
them with
so
every fiber of my being.
do I.
It's been 10 long years, and still every time I try to look into Caesar's death, they show up and warn me not to do anything stupid. How do I know I can trust you? Do you really think you can get to the bottom of it all? And why are you doing this?
I'm afraid I can't reveal all the details just yet, but I can promise you this. I will expose the Phantom Weasel's true identity. Because you see, this is a personal matter of the utmost importance. I give you my word. Trust me.
Okay. How can I help you?
I've heard that Caesar used to have a magic workshop where he kept a lot of his personal effects. If possible, I'd like to take a look at them. Do you know where it is?
The Fleuve Sonde. But the place was sealed up by the police after his death.
That sounds familiar.
No one's been there since. I also know that the Fleuve Sonde is dangerous territory. Lots of hostile groups lurking around.
Don't worry about it.
If you're serious about going there, please be careful.
Understood. Lynette, you stay here and take care of Gemma. Don't let her come to harm.
Got it. But if I'm staying here, I'm ordering dessert.
I mean, bon appetit.
Bon
But
appetit.
Stay sharp, too. They're likely to come for you while I'm away.
Okay. Alright. Power saving mode off. I'll start taking this more seriously now.
Ooh.
Looks like no more free coffee for me.
It just keeps getting more bitter.
Oh, it is the underground. No wonder it sounded familiar. The sound of the underground. It's a beat of the drum goes round and around into the overflow. Where the boys get down to the sound of the radio out with electric vibe. Well, oh, I thought that. Oh, wait, is that a chest? No, it's just a barrel.
If Gemma gave us the right location, then the workshop should be right nearby. Looks like these boxes are blocking the entrance. Let's shift them away first.
Oh, roger that.
There we go. It should be just down here.
Ooh. Wait, what? Oh, they were just normal wings. I thought they looked a bit different. Oh, I have fallen.
So this was Caesar's workshop.
So this is love.
Nothing suspicious here, just normal magic props. What's hidden?
So this is love.
What was that? Oh, is this one of Caesar's gadgets?
Yep.
Guess we must have triggered some sort of device.
Yeah.
So this is what makes life divine.
Illusion shattered.
I'm all aglow. And now I know.
Look, the doll in the box is glowing.
Oh. Nothing over there. Uppies?
These magic boxes are moving. What do we do?
One of them looks different from the rest. Let's investigate.
The different one, like, went behind?
Got it. We're supposed to find the box that lit up at the start, right? There should be another wish list inside. Let's keep trying.
Got him. Anything up here? No birds?
Looks like we've reached the end of this route. Shall we try a different one?
Oh, it goes down. Nothing up there as well. May as well continue on.
That's weird. Have we reached the end already? There's nothing here. Maybe this was a wasted trip.
No. What you looking at, Liney?
This place seems a little too ordinary for a magician's workshop. There's a distinct lack of mystery. We've triggered quite a few devices on the way here. I'm starting to wonder whether Caesar built this whole place as one big, elaborate magic contraption. If so, then there must be more to this place than meets the eye. Maybe a hidden room somewhere. Aha!
Oh,
If I
maybe.
just move this book, then hopefully... And... presto!
Oh, he's got it.
Secret passageway! How did you know?
Secret tunnel. Secret tunnel.
Do think alike. Looks pretty big
In the
inside.
dungeon.
Let's head in and take a look
Secret
around.
tunnel.
Now disappear!
Strike a pose! I see everything. Let's change tactics. Ha!
Do a quick little... Make sure everyone's healed up.
Ah.
Shine down!
Yoo-hoo!
What's all this then?
Why have you stopped, Lenny? Is there some device in that box?
Huh. It just looks familiar somehow. Let me check this out for a second while you guys go on ahead.
Alright, roger that.
It's a major discovery. Let's rendezvous here.
All right, see you in a bit.
Oh. This one goes down, right? Oh. Oh, I thought we were gonna have to do a second one. Okay. I guess we're doing in.
Wow, there's a hidden room here. This book's thick as a brick.
We probably should have gone and get Liney. But the game was like, nah. About the wish list?
At one of my shows a few days ago, a child asked me how I pulled candy out of my hat. As a joke, I told the kid that the hat has a built-in wish-granting machine. Next thing I know, today a whole bunch of kids were pestering me to pull all sorts of things out of the hat. So I told them another white lie. The machine needs time to power up, but in the meantime, you can write your wishes down. Well, they took me up on that offer, enthusiastically. As I write this, I've only just got back from running around all over town, buying the things they wanted.
Interesting.
Boy, are my legs sore. I wound up saving very little this month, but that's not a major issue. I now have a bigger problem. How am I going to hide all these things inside my hat?
About the children studying magic?
Children came to talk to me after today's show. I don't know why they were out on their own. They looked much too young to be unsupervised. I do hope they got home safely. Anyway, they said that they wanted me to teach them how to do magic.
Wait.
It's not uncommon for
Lenny and Lynette, question mark?
of course, but I've never seen any of them as serious about it as these two. I told them that learning magic is very hard work, but that didn't faze them at all. It's like they already knew. They seemed so committed. I couldn't turn them down. It seems like something's bothering Lorenzo lately, but he won't open up to me about it. Surely he's not upset that I agreed to teach those two children. I'll have to talk him around. I have a good feeling about those kids. They're naturally talented, and it seems like they're not new to the world of magic. They have all sorts of fantastic ideas. All I'm really doing is helping them develop a more professional standard training plan.
Ooh.
They wanted to call me Master, but I told them they absolutely mustn't. Any magician worth their salt could have taught them what I have. They're the geniuses here. Compared to them, I don't deserve to be called any sort of Master. With time, I have no doubt that they could become far greater magicians than I. My only concern is why they're so mature for their age. I fear they've had to grow up too fast. I don't dare to imagine what they must have been through. Gemma thinks so too. She doesn't like being around them. Says that their eyes are too piercing. They don't bother me, but then again, I've never been the sharpest tool in the shed.
You don't have to be.
It's nearly time for me to go on tour. I asked the two kids if they'd like to come with me, but they shook their heads. I once overheard them talking about their father and their mission. Sounds like their parents have other plans for them. I guess we'll be
Oh, it
partying
really
on
is Lillian and Lynette.
It's only been 10 days since I first met them, but I think that I've gotten a feel for their personalities now. They're very tough, but also very cautious, and they trust no one but each other. This, I fear, is not a good habit to have. They hide things from me too. For example, when I asked them where they live and why they wanted to learn magic, they lied. That's the thing about children. Whenever they're trying to cover something up, it always shows somehow. I can sense that their lives have been hard. Possibly even dangerous, too.
Probably.
They're not like other children. It's a shame that I can't do more to help them. After thinking things over, I decided to tell them a bit about how I see the world. It's full of lies and falsehoods, and that is why we must find our own truth. P.S. I hope they won't find my nagging annoying. Children are so opinionated nowadays. Will it do them
He really just post-scripted his own
only
diary.
known 10 days to lecture them like that? P.P.S. Maybe I'm overthinking this. Children aren't interested in grand philosophies. It probably just went in one ear and out the other. I bet they've already forgotten every word I said. Oh, Caesar, Caesar. Just mind your own business next time.
I get the feeling that he had a big effect on them.
Two magic geniuses with a father and a mission, huh? Sounds a lot like he was writing about Linny and Lynette, don't you think?
Yep.
So did they meet Caesar when they were kids? Let's go ask Linny!
I guess. Oh, I pressed the wrong button again. Linny!
Linny?
Shh, hold that thought. As I expected, there's a lot of fishy things going on in this place.
Fishy? Uh-oh, what have you found?
All in good time. Before we go over our new leads, I want to tell you how a high-altitude escape is performed.
What?
First, the magician slots themselves into a magic box in full view of the audience. The box is then suspended high in the air, and a short while later, the base automatically opens. At this point, a dummy will fall out of the box, but it looks real enough to grab the audience's attention, and they start wailing and screaming. Meanwhile, the real magician, who has by now blended into the crowd, waits for a good moment to make their appearance and put on a hysterical performance. Oh no! Is that me? Did I just fall to my death?
Very vivid description. Paimon can really picture it. And then what?
The audience's gaze then turns to the magician, and by the time they realize what's happened, the dummy has vanished, as if everything that just happened was some sort of shared illusion. Of course, that's just how I think the process should work, theoretically speaking.
Theoretically?
The inventor of this trick never performed it successfully. When the box opened, Caesar was the one who fell out, and not the dummy. He fell right to the ground from the highest point of the opera house. No one could hope to survive that fall, not without a vision at least. and no one else has ever attempted this trick since. My understanding of how it works is just based on what I could gather from his notes and the relevant gadgets here in his workshop.
So Caesar's famous high-altitude escape has never been done, huh? I was about to say how cool it would have been to see it in person, but if it's that dangerous, it's probably for the best that no one else tries to do it. Wait a second. So if a dummy's supposed to drop out of the box, then where does the real magician go? How does he get out?
Falls back?
Glad you asked. That brings us to the secret of said box. This box right here is the one that Caesar constructed himself to use in the performance, and it's not as simple as it looks. Inside, there's a device that only the magician himself would know about. Once the magician's inside and the box is lifted up into the air, the audience's view of the box is fixed at a certain angle. From where they're standing, they have a clear view of the front, sides, and bottom, but the back and the top are now no longer visible. At this point, the magician presses a button inside the box, opening a secret door out of view. He then escapes through this trap door onto the opera house roof, waits for the dummy to fall and distract the audience, and quietly returns to ground level.
That's way simpler than Paimon imagined. Even Paimon could probably do it.
Well, there's a little more to it than that, of course. The hardest part of this trick is controlling the audience's mood and reactions. That takes an exceptional degree of showmanship. There's the falling dummy, the miraculous reappearance, the pompous performing. Maybe the magician would even have themselves tied up before it begins to strengthen the impression that there's no escape. Many days and nights of careful research and painstaking practice would have gone into this, all culminating in a performance just a few minutes long, but one that still manages to transform the shock and grief of a tragic accident to the joy and laughter of a mesmerizing magic trick.
Ooh.
Caesar was a highly accomplished magician. But unfortunately, even he didn't manage to pull it off.
So, how did it go so wrong? You said you found some fishy stuff here. Have you figured out what really happened?
His assistant sabotaged him.
I can make a pretty good guess. I looked into the case files. The magic box Caesar was using at the time of his death had the secret button I mentioned positioned on the right-hand side. And sure enough, he always used his right hand as his dominant hand in public.
Okay. Nothing suspicious there.
But here's the strange thing. Most of the devices in this workshop have the mechanism on the left-hand side, including this box right here, which leads me to believe that Caesar was in fact left-handed.
Or maybe he just like operated everything on the left. Why would he pretend?
Because a magician can't afford to have their most basic habits stand out too much. People naturally focus their attention on the most important details of the task or situation at hand. But a magician needs to be able to redirect an audience's attention at will so as to avoid arousing their suspicion. The essence of magic is getting people to believe a lie.
Maybe he just like trained his left hand?
The falsehoods become all the more difficult to mask. And so, Caesar trained himself to use his right hand to align with his audience's expectations. Great magic always requires sacrifices. But in his most stressful and nerve-wracking moments, and when no one was watching, reflex would kick in and he'd use his left hand. That's why he set his gadgets with the mechanism on his left.
Someone exploited that fact.
Exactly. I think that's likely what happened. Caesar would have been under a lot of time pressure during the escape. He'd have had mere seconds to open the hidden compartment, retrieve the dummy, then open the secret door and make a swift escape. But I'm sure he was confident. He would have rehearsed countless times to the point where it was second nature. He'd barely need to think about what he was doing because muscle memory would guide him through. So he opened the compartment, took out the dummy, checked everything was in order, and then went to leave. With his left hand, he reached for the button, and suddenly, his heart skipped a beat. It wasn't there. Much like when you reach for your keys but find your pocket empty, his mind needed a moment to process what was going on.
Oh.
Instinctively, his left hand would keep feeling around for the missing button, maybe for another second or two, until the bottom of the box gave way. With the stakes being as high as they were, just a 2-second delay cost him everything. The authorities would find nothing suspicious and conclude that his death was due to his own error.
Oh, yikers.
Someone switched the boxes, and they did it to murder him.
Yep.
But how would they be able to make the switch without being noticed? That would be difficult.
Because they were his assistant.
It would have to have been someone who knew that he was left-handed, and who could move his props around without arousing suspicion. Someone who was always by his side. Isn't that right, Lorenzo?
You just couldn't let sleeping dogs lie, could you? There's not a lot of people who'd go to all this trouble for some magician who died 10 years ago.
Ooh.
I didn't want to have to do this, you know. Silencing you the hard way just creates more problems for me to deal with.
You're not gonna silence me, dude.
Chance. I hoped you'd do what's good for you and back off like the lady, but you disappoint me.
You mean Gemma? So you are the one who's been threatening her!
Yes, although however stubborn she might be, she was never much of a liability. But you people, you never even knew him, but for some reason you just wouldn't drop it. Which is why you can't leave this place
I'm definitely leaving this place alive.
and make it quick.
I've already beaten up on these guys.
Do your worst!
Shower me with praise! Let my name echo in
Everyone hold hands!
Ha! Wind, hear me. Ha!
Go as one! Ha! Ha! Time to shine!
Yoo-hoo! Inazuma shines eternal! Illusion chef!
Committed to memory. Make yourselves at home.
Ah!
None of that. Oh, what's he doing? Slap him with the gambit tree?
You kids are tougher than you look.
Had enough yet, Lorenzo? Your cronies can't help you now. I think it's high time you started talking, and what I'd really like to know is, why did you murder Caesar?
If I had a Mora for every time you said that man's name. Of course you idolized Caesar, everyone else did. But I was the real genius magician. Me! He was just an amateur who did cheap tricks for gullible children. I was the one who made magic into the fine art it is today. The aristocrats doffed their hats to me!
Really?
So it was jealousy.
Jealousy. Hatred, more like. I hated Caesar. All he cared about was his magic. He lived and breathed it. He poured everything into his street performances and his stupid tours like it was just a hobby to him, never bothering to think about Mora. What sort of fool devotes their life to the art of deception and never has a Mora to show for it? But the people loved him, didn't they?
Of course they did.
They looked up to him. No one gave me a second look. All I ever heard was, "Oh, your master's amazing, isn't he?" Amazing. Yeah, so amazing that he was completely broke. Every other apprentice was living it up at their master's expense, but no, not me. I put in all the work, mastered all the skills, and it brought me nothing more than the life I already had.
So you killed him?
He forbade me from using magic to trick people out of their Mora. There was nothing he hated more than that. And with his reputation in Fontaine, it was too risky for me to go it alone. As long as he was alive, if I dabbled in my own brand of money-making magic, he would expose me, and it would destroy me. I had to kill him. There was no other way.
There was plenty of other ways, bro.
And this was your only motive?
It was reason enough. What other motive would I need?
Well, I was under the impression that there might have been other factors at play. For instance, maybe you were in love with Gemma, but she was engaged to Caesar.
Yep, that too.
With Gemma, don't be ridiculous.
Guess I was wrong about that then. Next question. Are you the Phantom Weasel?
I am. Caesar was so strict with me. He insisted that his way was the right way.
Mm-hmm.
The sole purpose of
Yeah,
magic
bro,
was
don't
to bring
steal.
joy to the world. I never bought into any of that. I was more interested in the practical value of magic.
It really shows that, like,
Me fill my pockets with all kinds
billionaires and the rich just think differently from other people.
Oh, yeah! Charlotte told us that the weasel would steal whatever people valued, no matter how much it was worth.
That's just how it looked from the outside. What would any thief want with second-rate loot? I've only ever targeted high-value items. I stole cheap things as a way of practicing my craft. It was other people's overactive imaginations that conjured up the preposterous image they then dubbed the Phantom Weasel.
Damn, bro.
So that's the story, huh? Well, I hope you're ready to tell it all over again during your trial.
What choice do I have? You're a pack of wolves, and you've got me between your jaws. You've seen what's here, and my last-ditch effort to stop it getting out has failed. What else can I do?
You're right.
I've enjoyed power and wealth for the last 10 years, the likes of which Caesar could never give me. I wouldn't choose for things to end this way, but I regret nothing.
Very well. In that case, I'll contact the guards. Traveler, Paimon, keep an eye on Lorenzo for me. I'll meet you just outside the workshop when I'm back.
Sure thing. Alright, that's probably us for today, chat. Thank you all so freaking much for hanging out. Yeah, let's go say hi to Mom. One of the most wholesome, lovely, amazing, talented human beings on this platform. Who's right now playing some more Pokemon Scarlet Violet DLC. Friends, thank you so much once again for hanging out. I appreciate you all. We're back tomorrow doing the mod on Portal 2 in the evening. But until then, friends, remember there is a raid message there if that's your thing, and if it's not, just come along for the raid for the free points and all of that. And of course, give yourself a hug. You deserve it. I love you so much. Bye-bye.